Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and today we are going to talk about why we hate each other so much: political polarization. One of the only things that most Americans can agree on is that we are too divided. People say it all the time in our groups, but that doesn't stop us from really hating our political opponents, and it's getting so bad that people aren't talking about the Civil War of America's past, but the Civil War in America's potential future. The Trump years felt so tense that something like January 6th almost felt like a logical endpoint. But instead of the fever breaking, and despite Joe Biden's rhetorical attempts at unifying the country, political polarization continues to worsen. When we asked our recent focus groups about the political divide, we found stories of strained friendships and family relationships and concern that our political divisions could turn more violent in the coming years. My guest today is the one and only David Axelrod. He's the director at the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics, not to mention a former senior advisor to President Obama. David's institute, where I was recently a fellow and had an amazing time, commissioned a poll which found that 73% of Republicans believe that Democrats are generally bullies who want to impose their beliefs on those who disagree. 74% of Democrats believe the same about Republicans. Suffice to say, that tracks with what we're about to hear from our focus groups. David, thank you so much for joining us. And I got to ask, you sat through and watched a bunch of these focus groups. I know you didn't get to eat the M&Ms.
Yes, very disappointing.
I'm sorry.
Hopefully you'll send me some. I was told that in compensation for my appearance here that I would get a big bag of M&Ms, so I'm hoping that will arrive sometime at my door.
My massive production team will get right on that. But
okay, all right.
But
yes.
You did sit through a bunch of different groups that we were talking to about the question of, how do you feel about the other side? What do you think about how divided we are? And you watched like chunks of them. So tell us about the study that you guys did at the Institute of Politics and how you kind of thought that jived maybe with what you heard or didn't jive. I won't assume.
Yeah. Well, Sarah, first of all, it's great to be here. I'm a big fan of your podcast and a big fan of you. You had a good time at the IOP, but we had a great time with you. So it's a pleasure always to be with you. We did a big conference in April on disinformation and democracy. And out of that, we wanted to do a poll that kind of explored the depths of polarization and also where people get their media from to see if there are any links there. What we found was actually alarming even by the standards of what we already know, just the degree to which people feel alienated from the government, alienated from each other, the degree to which people, you mentioned a related statistic or finding of the poll was that by a similarly lopsided margin, each party holds the members of the other party are generally untruthful and are pushing disinformation. And we see that in these focus groups as well. And I think the fragmentation of our media has contributed a great deal to this. The ability to micro-target voters with inflammatory messages. I was talking to a politician today who said, it used to be we'd rely on the NRA or other groups to supply big campaign dollars, but the big dollars now come in small contributions, and the way you get them is to be as incendiary and polarizing as possible. And so we're fighting a lot of things here that have made the United States of America very much not united.
Yeah, I wanted to tackle this topic, even though it's kind of hard, because one of the things that is kind of replete through the focus groups for years, and this goes back to when I was doing them in 2019 and 2020, is how often people would lament. They would say, we're just so divided and we can't talk to each other and we hate each other. And like 5 minutes later, that same person would be like, those dumb socialists on the other side, they don't know. And without any hint of self-awareness. And I guess I wonder, when you talk about the fragmentation of media, I think that's got to be part of it. It seems like it's a bunch of stuff. Like it's also social media. It's also, we've self-sorted, right? We've like physically moved to places where the people around us are sort of culturally in line.
Are more like us. Yes.
Yeah, and that's because we're doing less with each other that is sort of apolitical, right? There's just fewer civic organizations and stuff. We're not sort of doing the work of civic life that transcends politics.
Hmm.
Was there anything else in your study that like jumped out at you?
I have a few comments on additional factors, but let me answer your question. I threw in a battery of questions that were meant to be potentially polarizing, but some of the findings were I found disturbing. A majority of Americans agree that the government is, quote, corrupt and rigged against everyday people like me. 73% of voters who describe themselves as strong Republicans, 71% who call themselves very conservative, 68% of rural voters answered that way, 51% of very liberal voters. I imagine that may be the sort of Bernie Sanders contingent, but Democrats were evenly split, whereas 2/3 of Republicans and independents believe that. The other one that sort of jumped out at me that frightens me, well, there are two. One is we asked if people generally trusted elections to be conducted fairly and counted accurately, and 78% of Democrats said they did. Only 33% of Republicans, which is an artifact of Trump. And, that's dangerous for democracy if the fundamental bedrock institution is called into question among one of the major parties. And then lastly, we had a statement saying it may be necessary at some point soon for citizens to take up arms against the government. We thought that was a fairly strong statement. 28% of Americans said yes. 45% of self-identified strong Republicans, 1 in 3 independent voters, and 1 in 5 Democrats said that it may be necessary to take up arms soon. And all of these things are disturbing to me. The polarity is obviously disturbing. The level of distrust among people. We have measures that you will hear in your groups about people who've said they've broken off friendships. They don't talk to family members. They avoid the topic of politics. And incidentally, a large number, I can probably dig that number out, said that they felt that people they know had changed as a result of the media that they watch. There is this sense of alienation from each other. And one of the things that accounts for this is because we do have this multiplicity of media sources, we silo ourselves and we spend a lot of time in that virtual silo. We're not out in the park with our neighbors, we're online. And we're online in this kind of universe that we construct where our views are always affirmed and sometimes not very well informed. All of this is contributing to the strains that we feel. And then I just think the pace of change generally has accelerated these trends. Technology is churning at a faster rate, certainly in communications, but in all realms. And we've seen demographic changes that have fed into this. We had a statement saying more and more, I feel like a stranger in my own country. Half of the people who answered the poll said that. Again, more readily among Republicans. That probably conforms with your sense of where politics are.
It does.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a disquieting picture if you believe that we are at one as a country. We are not right now.
Yeah, well, let's just disquiet ourselves further and listen to some of these real voters.
Excellent.
Let's just start with a little taste of those political divisions.
Okay.
The Democrats, to me, I feel like they're pure evil.
The first word that comes to mind when I think of like a pure Republican is judgmental.
Democrats have just gone off the rails so far as I'm concerned.
Republicans in general kind of just care about like themselves.
Democrats are like, it's my way or the highway.
Republicans are very outspoken because they feel the need to really stand out. So I think of racism, honestly.
The Democrats are so focused on, keeping everybody in conflict.
So that's just a smattering. Yeah. We're going to get into it deeper. I had a mentor in my early days, a communications kind of mentor, and he had this formulation that he called flags. And it was about that humans have these 5 dominant human emotions: fear, love, anger, greed, sympathy. But that the 2 most motivating were fear and anger.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to these Democrats and how they sound.
I'm kind of pissed. I'm really mad that Texas has returned back to voter like Jim Crow era. I am scared. I personally can't have kids, but I'm really annoyed by conservative people, like their agendas like, oh, well, pro-life, but let's take away all the resources in which to help the child like exists. Like, oh, let's separate kids at the border. Like, I'm really sick of hearing about that. I'm really sick of hearing like about, oh, well, January 6th wasn't a problem. It was a problem.
I think this country is going more towards hate. It doesn't matter whether you're Democrat or Republican. There's just so much hate. Everybody just wants to screw each other over. And it's just really sad.
Because we're all Democrats, and they're going to make it harder and harder for us to vote, and they're going to make it not count, and they're going to put their own people in, no matter who we vote for. If the Republicans gain power, that is what I'm most scared about, is because they almost stole the election this last time.
Okay, so that was Democrats. That's how they sound. But let's listen to Republicans talk about their fears.
Look at what happened during the debates. You know, Joe was elected because he was mainstream Joe. Everybody else was so far out on the ledge. He was the only one who they said was mainstream, and boy, did he fool everybody. We're so split right now. We don't need to be polarized anymore. This idiot in the White House now, oh, I'm going to bring the country together. We need somebody now that's going to do that, and it's got to come from the right side.
I feel like there's a lot of hatred and like people have like polarizing views. There's attacks and riots and shootings and things. I feel like we need to take steps to like bring people together, like get people to be on the same page about things. And I feel like that's kind of gone away the past few years.
The world is not doing so well right now. And like, it would be great if we could focus less on the divide and just kind of come together as one like big party and just like help each other out, kind of move political views aside and kind of more so just do what's best for our country. But it might be a little bit naive.
All right, David. So let's break these down a little bit. So on one hand, we've got the Democrats in these groups talking about how scared they are about the Republicans' like agenda. They think they're going to keep them from voting. They think they're going to impose, they are.
Abortion, yeah.
She was talking about Texas there. She was talking about Jim Crow era and also abortion. And on the Republican side, there was the first guy, and this is my sort of favorite guy in this set because he was saying, we're too polarized. We got to bring somebody together. It's got to be our guy.
Right.
It's got to be the Republican. And then the other two, the last two, they're young Republicans who came of age in the Trump era and actually ended up voting for Biden. And they were the ones kind of talking about, oh, well, we'd like to kind of reconcile things. Like, does it have to be like this? But what do you make of the fact that, because this to me is sort of the nub of it, that the sides are kind of scared of each other? Because this isn't a condition of democracy that like sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and how you lose kind of defines who we are. And the fact that if the other side's in power, that it shouldn't feel like you're afraid.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd say two things. One is that we've got a screwed up incentive structure in both media and politics that rewards the appeal to those things that your mentors said were most effective in terms of moving people, fear and anger. For a long time, that has been the case. I will say, and I don't want to make a partisan note of this, but Trump sort of turbocharged this and legitimated it in a way that is frightening, and I think has made things immeasurably worse. He was the first president, in my lifetime who really didn't see himself as the president of the whole country. He really saw himself as the president of his base. And his form of organizing was to tell his base over and over and over again that the Americans who weren't part of it were going to destroy the country. So the president of the United States had a 4-year project to exacerbate these feelings. And he did a hell of a job, I think, in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I do think that Trump, to me, although I want to ask you some about Obama, but Trump absolutely supercharged all of this stuff. And I always say this, right, that people have kind of light and dark inside of them. I mean, we have good impulses and bad impulses. And he is the first president in my lifetime that I have seen prey almost exclusively on the bad impulses.
Mm-hmm.
Like typically, you got to draw contrasts and you got to explain why you're better than the other side. But like the attempt to whip up hate of the other in whatever regard that was such a hallmark of who Trump is.
Mm-hmm.
And then post January 6th, though, like this fear of violence, retribution, like this is the part that I guess I find the most frightening, is that people are scared that if the other side is in power, there would be real ramifications. Like, I guess I grew up in a world where, Obama and McCain, either way, we're going to be fine at the end of the day. And like, people don't feel that way anymore. But let me just ask you this, because if you asked Republicans, they would tell you that the polarization really started under Barack Obama. Like, have you heard that? Do people say that to you? And what do you think? Where do you think that comes from?
Well, look, I think some of this does have its roots in the Obama years, but I don't think it's because of Barack Obama. I go back to the election of 2008, and we ran on a very kind of unifying theme. That was the whole point of there are no red states, there are no blue states, there's just the United States and all of that. But I think for some, Obama was symbolic of a change that made them uncomfortable, and that the whole this was discussed in your focus groups, but the whole idea of the replacement and the other and all of that. I mean, here comes this urbane, sort of cosmopolitan African-American, and in some ways he was the apotheosis of what some on the right, particularly the populist right, Sarah Palin right, which became the Trump right, feared. And I think that there was a lot of organizing done around that. He's not really an American. He's an alien. He's a Muslim, all of that. So, yeah, I think that contributed to polarization. And polarization was used as a tool. That fear of the other was used as a tool. I mean, I spent a lot of time around him, and I spent a lot of time in that White House. And, I don't think that the goal was to ever divide the country or to demonize in a way that would make one believe that if the other side won, that America as we know it would come to an end on his part. That's not the way his politics were. But that doesn't mean that he, just as a symbol of who he was not used as a way to drive some of these divides.
One of the things that I think is different. So I have kind of always been, a rhino squish. I'm gay, who was a Republican, who advocated for gay rights. And I just felt like I kind of moved comfortably between these worlds. And I had a very high tolerance for people who disagreed with me politically. I still believe that I have a high degree of tolerance for people who disagree with me politically. But I think that something that Trump changed is I had a harder time maintaining a good baseline collegiality over people who really wanted to get on board with Trump than I did with people who opposed gay marriage, which was pretty basic to my life. But I think that because I could sort of understand, on this one thing, why somebody for religious reasons or whatever had a good faith reason why they objected to it. When it came to Trump, it was and this is where I think some of the polarization comes in and getting to our next segment where it kind of destroys relationships, is that it really put a really stark line between value sets. Because if you could tolerate Donald Trump from an Access Hollywood standpoint and singling out Mexican judges and, at his rallies telling somebody to knock the S word out of somebody, I try not to swear on these podcasts, and then saying a ban on Muslims, which was a whole religion, the fact that was tolerable to people was intolerable to me. I had such a tough time with it. And I was sort of shocked by the fact that those things made him more popular, not less. Yeah. I agree with you. Polarization was accelerating. Trump super turbocharged it by creating such an us versus them, and also setting up a framework where your basic sense of humanity, what you can tolerate from other humans or what you felt should be tolerated, he put that in play.
Yeah. The core thing here is that Donald Trump has a very dark worldview. I mean, he believes that the world is the Hunger Games and that the strong take what they want and the weak lose, and that there are no rules or laws or norms or institutions that are worth following. And he knew these were tracks that were laid, that the rules and laws and norms and institutions were being written by elites who cared little about them, and the rules were rigged against them. And so he, as a rules breaker, actually had appeal on that basis. But there may be some element of truth that rules and laws and norms and institutions can be, twisted in ways or interpreted in ways that are not always fair. But we have to consider what life would be like and how democracies fare if there are no rules or laws or norms. So it creates this kind of, like I said, Hunger Games sort of environment out there where, you kill or be killed, and you look with suspicion upon, everyone around you.
Yeah, right. It's like it's zero sum, right? And the whole point, right, for a leader is to be like, we must all work together to achieve good things for all of us.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump, it's like he created a zero sum game that made us be like, well, now we're going to compete against each other. Like they win, we lose.
Right.
I want to get into this next segment because it's the thing that we talk about polarization in political science terms all the time, but I think that there's an incredibly human element to political polarization. And I got to tell you, I hear these stories in the focus groups just all the time. And they are just stories of people having their relationships dissolve because of politics, which I feel like is just not a thing that I knew growing up. I never heard anybody say like, we had different politics, so we stopped talking to each other.
No.
I want to play a little sample from the group of MAGA Republican voters who talked about their relationships with family and friends and feuding on Facebook. Let's listen to that.
I grew up in California. Both sides and family were very strong liberals. And I've got a cousin about my age. Him and I were the first two in the family to become Republicans. And our family, I think, is indicative of what you see everywhere. When it comes to talking about politics, anyone who's on the left, as someone mentioned, they're cuckoo puffs. They want to argue. All of a sudden, it goes from 0 to 10,000. You can't debate and you can't talk any points. They want to make everything a screaming match and a yelling match. You don't get anything accomplished by that. And my cousin and I right now pretty much on the outs with our whole family because we're the two idiots, and they're the ones screaming or, doing all this. That's what's going on in this country. The left, they think if they scream and yell, they're going to get heard more and they're going to drown everybody out. And they want to force all of their opinions and their ideals on everyone. That's not what this country was about. It was about a broad base of ideals and insights.
Just arguments on their standpoints being pro-police, pro-veteran, pro-America, pro-life. They want you to believe their way or no way at all. And I just couldn't do that no more.
It was about Facebook, and it had to do with the illegals and the way the children were being portrayed as kept in cages. And there were certain quotes from a cousin's wife who is a school teacher. And she was quoting all sorts of stuff that was just wrong. And I said, you're a teacher and you should know better than to just pick and choose editorials rather than first principles. What you're spewing is incorrect. It's hateful. And you really need to stop it. Oh my God. It just went on and I just said, I'm done. And I flipped her off. And I thought, oh my God, I'm going to have trouble with my aunt now. And I haven't spoken to her since. I've cut her husband out because she's just one of these crazy people that will not let up. And she's part of that teaching class that has an agenda that's so anti-Trump. And to me, it was so disrespectful because it's like, excuse me, why do you have to be that way? Why do you have to be so disrespectful? And anybody who started doing that kind of thing, I did exactly the same thing. I just started going unfollow, unfollow, unfollow. And there was actually another cousin-in-law. I don't want to talk to you. Don't want to talk to you. Done. And I was perfectly happy to get rid of these people. You can't change these people. You can't.
So, I've just heard versions of this over and over again of like, I cut people out of my lives. But this is across the political spectrum.
Yeah.
But let's take their concern really seriously for a second, because I hear it a lot from the Trump groups, which is that they're all saying that they feel like Democrats want to impose a way of life on them, want to impose a set of values on them that are inconsistent with their values. They feel like they get crapped on for, their closely held values, if they're pro-life or if they're pro-gun or whatever. Like, do you think that is just because Fox News tells them all the time that elites hate them and whatever? Or because I think it is these people, like, they feel it in their own lives. They feel judged. They're made to feel like they're stupid. Do you take that seriously?
Yeah, I do. Listen, I've said for a long time that I think that a great danger for the Democratic Party is that it's becoming more and more a kind of elite metropolitan party with, minority partners. But there is a haughtiness that creeps in. I always use the example of climate change. I believe climate change is an existential threat to the future of the planet. I also recognize that there are people who have made their living for generations, good middle-class livings, extracting fossil fuels from the ground. And for those people, the sudden loss of their jobs is also an existential issue. And rather than lecturing people on what their obligation is to the planet, we ought to be having discussions about how we work through this challenge in a way that leaves people whole. And, I think that there is a kind of effete quality too often to a democratic dialogue. But the return fire on this is, we're going to impose our views, okay? So we have a situation now where, Sarah, a majority of the country feels that abortion should be up to a woman and a doctor, perhaps with restrictions. In half the country, we have essentially outright bans. On the gun issue, which we felt so acutely in the last few weeks, but in communities like mine here in Chicago, it's been a long-standing issue. We do have a problem, and it's not just mental illness, because we don't have 12 times or whatever amount of mental illness in America than the rest of the world, but we do have 46% of the world's privately owned guns, and yet it's very hard to do anything about it. So, yeah, we should have conversations about what reasonable compromises should be like, but if you try and impose, I don't know anyone who's really seriously saying no one should be able to own a gun. But if you say maybe 18-year-olds shouldn't have weapons of war that can shoot 90 rounds in a few seconds and kill a bunch of people at a July 4th parade, and people say you're intruding on my Second Amendment, right? You know what I mean? But we should be able to have dialogue on these issues, and we ought to approach them with some level of respect and understanding for each other. And that's what's absent too often, particularly among the most active voices in both parties.
Yeah, this gets to me, just listening to these guys talk, but it gets to something for me that's essential that I think has changed and I'll go back to this value structure, but if you're going to debate tax policy, you usually don't want to strangle someone over tax policy.
Right.
Maybe you do. I don't know. I thought
depends how rich you are, I guess.
I guess. Or the size of the federal deficit.
Right.
Policy is kind of dry, and you can have arguments over it, but usually it doesn't lead you to hate someone. Whereas these are people saying, we're pro-police and pro-veteran and pro-America and
pro-America, yes.
Yeah, and but it is people feeling like, and you're right, on the left, the abortion issue, part of what's important to a pluralistic society is sort of being able to live your values without a terrible amount of infringement. But now that everything is culture war, it feels like the values are at the center of all of these things, and it's robbing us of the ability to have conversations where we do seek compromise.
Yeah.
Because, like, on the gun issue, like, most of the people in the focus groups agree with you. The Republicans, they don't think that an 18-year-old should. So, like, the idea that we couldn't come to consensus because Republicans are able to convince their voters, or many of their voters are convinced that, like, Democrats are going to come take their guns, despite the fact that that is generally not the policy prescription being put forward. I'm not sure how we find our way back from that.
Because, Sarah, it is not profitable for those who promote those lines. Compromise is not profitable. Mutual understanding is not profitable. Fear and anger, as you point out, is profitable. And so painting these pictures that will galvanize people, that will get them to the polls or get them to send small donations and so on, is where a lot of politicians and a lot of media outlets go. I mean, what's interesting to me, in our poll, we're looking at media habits, and Facebook is very high up on the list of sources of news across the board. But of course, people are getting different news from Facebook. They're getting news that their algorithms tell them will stimulate them to stay online longer. And that's generally things that outrage them, that anger them. So the things that anger people on the left will go to the people on the left. The things that anger people on the right will anger people on the right. I mean, Vladimir Putin could not have devised a better device to dissolve functioning democracies. And of course, he's also profited from that.
Yeah. And I guess one of the things that's crazy to me and is like, I can sort of see that cynically for a period of time, but I guess what I can't figure out is that you feel like there should be a natural human constraint against taking it so far, right? The thing that's so insane about what Donald Trump did on January 6th is that he was willing to inflame people's passions over a lie and tell them to fight like hell or they wouldn't have a country anymore, like send them angry, like point them like a weapon at the Capitol. And like, I want to talk about the sort of violence piece because I feel like that's the part that I never thought we'd get to. It feels like we're moving into a different moment where the temperature is just much, much higher. January 6th, it left a lot of Democrats concerned about the prospect of heightened political violence going forward. In your poll, I think you referenced this earlier, 38% of conservatives and 19% of liberals think it may be necessary at some point soon for citizens to take up arms against their government. And so even if not all of these people think they themselves will be taking up arms, they seem to like it a lot. So let's hear about how the Democrats were thinking about the likelihood of political violence.
I mean, it's all a cycle. You can look at it from the beginning of when the country was founded and everything was going fine. And then the whole topic of slavery, states' rights, the country got bigger, like there are growing pains. I mean, I think it's happening again. We had peace and prosperity, an amazing time in the 20th century, and it's gotten stale. The system is kind of broken. Nothing really seems to be working as great as it could be.
I can't see it getting to that point. I mean, the way that we're trending with violence, look what happened with the riot in January. Like before that, nobody would have ever imagined that. Like on a government building, that was unimaginable. But now that it did happen, there's definitely people out there that are like, okay, it can happen. We can make this happen. So it is scary to think about. Like I don't hope for it and would never wish on it, but it's scary. And I think it is a possibility just with such polarized ideologies and people seeing that, these things are possible and we may possibly get away with it.
I'm glad you mentioned January 6th because that's the first thing that pops into my mind, being a local out here. So I imagine it being literal and possible in our lifetimes. I don't know if I imagine it being two maybe like equal military powers, but I could see the like really right-wing people, like beyond just like moderate Republican, like the crazy right-wing people going and making some sort of militia type of thing, trying to pull off January 6th, but like bigger, and then the government having to try to shut it down. But if they coordinated it enough on a national scale, it could cause quite a bit of trouble, but I don't see it being able to pick up enough steam at this point to be able to outmatch the military to where they wouldn't just shut it down and we continue on as always. But could that pick up steam in the future? I wouldn't write it off.
Okay, so obviously when it comes to political violence, the Democrats really focus kind of on January 6th, how armed Republicans are, the fact that Republicans are crazy. But the Republicans think the same thing about Democrats. Let's listen to how one of these Republicans talks about it.
With all the destruction, but what did we see come of that? Not really much. We saw not really much prosecution. We saw not much rebuilding, not really much. They were considered mostly peaceful protests. When I had friends of mine who had their police cars burned on 995, that's not very peaceful to me. Well, it's no different than the January 6th. And what do we see? The insurrection. We see conviction after conviction after conviction. We have the FBI investigating every single frame of every photo. Why didn't they do that during the riots in the summer where people getting shot? Kyle Rittenhouse, this poor kid gets, attacked and he defends himself, and look where he's at now. I mean, the country's a mess. It's a mess. It is an absolute mess. And I think, unfortunately, the media has a lot to do with the direction of how people think.
Anytime you bring up January 6th to a group of Republicans, they say, what about Antifa? What about Black Lives Matter? And if you are in sort of their media ecosystem, right? Like, that is the symbol of left-wing violence. And there's a lot of anger and frustration that there's no accountability. They don't think anybody was punished. They think everybody just let those people off the hook. But look at this big deal they're making about January 6th. And so both sides sort of feel like the other side is committing violence and there's no accountability for it. Does that track with you or?
Well, I'm sure that what you're saying is true about what both sides feel. There is a fundamental qualitative difference between a mob storming the Capitol to try and stop the peaceful transition of power. And look, I will tell you that there were obviously malign actors, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers. There were a lot of people there who went there and participated because they were told by the President of the United States that an election that hadn't been stolen had been stolen. But first of all, most of the protests were peaceful in 2020 after George Floyd. There was rioting, and nobody should defend that. And yes, they should be prosecuted. It was sort of wanton destruction. But to sort of say this is equal. Now, I am worried. Look, I worry about political violence. I'm appalled by the Supreme Court's sort of radical political agenda, which is what I think it is. That said, these threats against justices, that scares me too. I think we are in a bad place if we legitimate political violence on either side. So I think there is danger, but by no means is there equivalence between the two. And I think we do ourselves a disservice when we allow those analogies to be drawn, though I totally accept, Sarah, that they are being drawn, and particularly in those media silos where a lot of folks on the right hang out.
Yes, there is a very stark difference between the Black Lives Matter protests and the attack on January 6th. And they are things like the fact that Joe Biden came out and condemned the violence that was happening and called for an end to it, said, stop this. Donald Trump obviously inflamed it. There's obviously when you try to overthrow an election by attacking the Capitol, that is just a difference in kind. But I also see if you live in this media ecosystem, right? And that's the last thing I want to talk about here because it's come up a lot. And I think this has a lot to do with the polarization. It is not irrational for a person to say, well, these things happened. And there's basically the sense, well, it was a social good, and so they felt like it wasn't roundly condemned. You get caught in this vortex of backlashes where if the other side believes, rightly or wrongly, that their political opponents can get away with violence without accountability, or that only their side is being held accountable, that creates this sense of well, we've got to go fight harder, or the other side does it, and so we've got free reign to do it. And I think this is where you get sort of the scary ratcheting up of violence.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about that. I was interested in your groups. There was the discussion about the Buffalo shooter, and one of your respondents said, people, act like he was motivated by hatred on the right. But I read his manifesto and there was all left-wing stuff. Well, the guy was indicted for federal hate crimes for embracing replacement theory and wanting to kill Black people because of it. But obviously this guy heard in one of those silos something else, and someone else in the group immediately said, oh yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, that makes sense. So there are facts, there is reality, and we should try and tether ourselves to it. But that is not business model of some of our media, and that's not the business model of the social media platforms, and that's not the business model of some of our politicians or organizations like the NRA.
Obviously it's very hard to talk about our political divide without talking about the news and what people are consuming. And like in your poll at the University of Chicago, 51% of Republicans believed that Fox News is trying to report the news in good faith, and 39% believe they're trying to mislead viewers to take a political point of view. But the way this Republican group, the ones that we were listening to, talked about Tucker Carlson, seemed to suggest that a lot more of them might be closer to the 39%, right? So they do think that Tucker is weird, but they still like him and Fox anyway.
Right.
Let's hear what happened when we asked about Tucker's comments about Putin at the start of the Ukraine invasion, when he said, has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened me to get fired for disagreeing with him? Here's how they responded.
That was taken so out of context. That's not what he said. He was given the both sides of the issue. And again, that's what's happening in this day of sound bites. They took a little 4-second clip, didn't hear what he said before or afterwards, and all of a sudden the left painted it, oh, he's pro-Russia. If you heard what he said, that's not what it was.
Everything can be taken out of context. That's the day of the media. They can do anything they want. Deep fakes. They can do fake anything. So, yeah, no, I knew he didn't say that. He can be extreme sometimes, but I find his stories extremely interesting because he gets into some subjects that you really do not hear about anywhere else. And I will find myself going and checking on some of those things. But when he was running his series on China back a few years ago, like long before, Biden got in, and he was bringing in the people that were working in the U.S. that were warning about how integrated China was, especially in the universities and things like that. So he gets these kinds of stories, especially again with colleges, how colleges have been subverted and things that you will not hear anywhere else. He's extremely good at that, very good at that. And I never take anything that people tell me as gospel because, everybody wants ratings. So, but at least if he's sounding the alarm about something, I can go look at it for myself and see if it's indeed true.
I think he's just a really engaging TV personality. I would agree, he can be extreme at times, but he's very clear in his thoughts and his convictions. And I find him to be very informative.
As everybody else mentioned, he can be a little too far out there sometimes. But if I hear something that I didn't know that, I'll go look it up myself and try to get a couple different opinions and then try to figure out, okay, somewhere in the middle, this is where it is. Just because it's said on Fox doesn't mean that it's verbatim. It's gospel by any means.
So it's at least somewhat comforting that they don't just take Tucker as gospel, right? At the same time,
well, they say they don't. Yeah.
They say they don't, but when they say that their Overton window is I kind of weigh Tucker against, I don't know what else. I don't know what the ballast is. And it's somewhere in the middle. I mean,
right.
Tucker is as close to a white nationalist on television as there is. And the thing is that they're oh yeah, he's kind of extreme, but he's funny, he's engaging. And so
right.
The thing is their fandom seems to stem from the lack of trust in the mainstream media, which, by the way, is the thing that I hear over and over again. They mock the mainstream media. That's something they do take as gospel. The mainstream media is corrupt and they lie to you. Yeah. And so they'll turn to somebody like this dude and listen to him talk about, I don't know, testosterone. He's one step up from Alex Jones. What do we do about that?
Well, I mean, it's not an easy question to answer because 4 million people watch him at night. Listen, first of all, just an answer to your group. One group of people who believe that Tucker is pro-Russian are the Russians, who were repeatedly airing clips from his show at the beginning of the war in Ukraine. I mean, the guy ran a series suggesting January 6th was a false flag operation. I mean, when they say you can hear things you won't hear anywhere else, yeah, conspiracy theories is what you will hear. And when they say, but I never take it at face value, I go and check it out. Where do they go and check it out? Are they really checking it out, or are they checking within their media silo and having the conspiracy theory they heard affirmed? Because I think that's a lot of what happens. This is dangerous. And, we did a whole conference, as you know, and as I mentioned earlier at the IOP on disinformation and democracy. Some of it was on this. A lot of it was on social media. And there isn't a magic answer to it. There isn't a magic wand. But it is important to promote media sites that are responsible. As to the lack of trust, I mean, this was one of Trump's projects. One of the most telling exchanges he had was with Leslie Stahl before an event after he got elected and before he took office. And she asked him why he was always attacking the media. And he said, because I don't want them to believe you when you say bad things about me. That's the autocrat's handbook. If you can impeach the credibility of the news media, then you become the source of information that people will believe. And he was very successful in that. He really advanced that project. But a free society, a democratic society, requires a free media. That's why the founding fathers placed such an emphasis on it. And as fair and objective a media as we can have is important. Tucker Carlson is basically a racial and cultural arsonist by convenience. I mean, it is his business model. It is how he gets viewers. It is how he has made himself a celebrity. And we are suffering for that. And we have to push back on it.
I think one of the tough things about polarization, and I've just been thinking about it as we've been talking on this episode, is that it's very easy to see the problem, right? Like, it was very easy to talk to a few groups, ask them how they thought things were in the country, and have everybody respond that we hate each other, we're so polarized, we don't trust each other, we're afraid of the other side, we're afraid of political violence. It's easy to diagnose it, it's easy to see it, it's all around us. I think what's hard is like what you do about it. Because like the question about what do you do about Tucker Carlson, like you say, it's not easy. There's not a clear response. And even when you talk about misinformation and disinformation, I'm kind of a free speech absolutist, but the anti-vaxxing nonsense, I mean, the proliferation and fragmentation of the media and social media, these things are driving us apart. The one thing I'll offer just as a closing shot at a solution.
You're not rolling into read the Bulwark.
No, I'm not. I'm not. But you should read the Bulwark. You should read the book. It's good for you. You should listen to Hacks on Tap. You should listen to all those nutritious.
Don't forget the Axe Files.
That's right. Yeah. That's Axe Files. You should listen to nutritious forms of media. But there was a guy in one of the focus groups, and he's like, I sit and I read on the computer, and I say everything is so terrible, and I watch the news, and they say everything is so terrible, and everything is so bad, and then I go outside. And I see my neighbors, and actually everybody seems great, and everything seems okay, and it doesn't seem so bad. And honestly, I got to say, I think that's the solution. Like literally what our mothers used to tell us, 30 years ago, like go outside, say hi to somebody, talk to a neighbor about something that's not politics. I think that it is going to come down to finding ways to try to rebuild the bonds of civic trust, because ultimately a lot of this does come down to a breakdown in trust of each other, of our institutions, of our media.
Without question. I agree with you. But we do need to make it profitable for our political leaders and profitable for media to act responsibly and to appeal to the better angels of our nature and to do their jobs without the incendiary. I'm so struck when I sit in focus groups and I hear people from rural communities and suburban communities and urban communities say, what do you hope for? What do you want? What are your concerns? And oftentimes they sound exactly alike.
Yes.
exactly alike. And we have to find a way to connect people around the things that they share and not exploit the things that divide us. And, when we ran in 2008, when Barack Obama ran for president, carried the state of Indiana, by the way, for the only time a Democrat had since 1964, and had an electoral landslide. We went everywhere and we talked to people everywhere. We went to rural communities and we went to suburban communities and we went to red states and blue states. And our message was there was more that unites us than divides us. And we need to focus on the things that unite us instead of exploiting the things that divide us. We'll be better and stronger if we do.
Couldn't agree more. Leadership is going to matter on this. I mean, it's going to take people who are committed, to helping us depolarize. All right, we have run so long. David, thank you for trying to work through this very sticky, very difficult issue with me. I really appreciate it. Love getting your insights. And thanks to all of you for listening to another episode of the Focus Group. We will be back next week, same time, same place. Have a great weekend. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and today we are talking about whether or not the kids are all right. Our focus groups of young people, they were all under 30, so we have a mix of millennials and Gen Z, and they were on the cynical side about politics. And it's hard to blame them. They grew up with the financial crisis and came to political consciousness with Donald Trump as a prominent figure, followed by a major pandemic. My guest today is Peter Hamby, the host of Snapchat's news show Good Luck America, which is primarily aimed at young people. Peter also founded Puck News, which our own Tim Miller has described as reported gossip, which you may or may not agree with, Peter, and which focuses on the goings-on in Washington, Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and Wall Street. Hey, Peter, thanks for being here, man.
Thanks for having me, Sarah. Happy to be here. Tim is wrong. It's real reporting. But, Tim is now a content man.
He is a content man.
He's an author, but he still has some things to learn about media. He didn't understand Puck when we launched it, and he's one of the last people to figure it out. But, at the same time, he helped build the Bulwark, which is a very similar sort of enterprise from a business perspective as Puck. So happy to be here and happy to troll Tim in the process.
Great. And actually, if you told me we could spend the whole hour trolling Tim, I would be here for that. But I'm not going to do it because I do want to talk about these young voters. We're recording this shortly after the New York Times poll that shows Biden 33%, just sort of catastrophic. Although head-to-head, still beating Donald Trump, so that's something. But there's a lot of picking apart of the poll and showing, that he's flagging with certain audiences. And young people have been a weak spot for him kind of from the jump. You wrote a piece in Puck called Out with the Olds, talking about Gen Z's political views. And you wrote in that piece about somebody else's Gen Z focus groups. And you said one of the key takeaways was that Gen Z wants politicians to, quote unquote, prove that their votes actually count in a functioning democracy. And that really tracks with what we heard in our groups of under 30 Democrats. And then we also talked to an under 30 group of Republicans or former Republicans. We affectionately refer to them on this podcast as flippers because they voted for Trump in 2016 and then they voted for Biden in 2020. So just based on other focus groups you've watched, the ones you watched of ours and this piece that you wrote, give me your hot take overview on how young people are feeling about politics these days.
I love these focus groups because I feel like I've written so much in recent years and also with my Snapchat job kind of had pretty good insight from a data level into millennials and then Gen Z coming up behind them. Millennials and Gen Z by 2028 will be the largest voting age population in the country. And yet I still feel like they are not very well understood by us olds. And there's a big difference even between older millennials and younger millennials, let alone Gen Z. You nailed it. Generation the Gen Z generation, they feel like politics doesn't work for them, serve them, doesn't have much of a purpose for them, doesn't offer much of a choice. I heard that over and over again, especially in the Young Democrat focus group, like they don't like the options available to them in terms of candidates. But there's an interesting dynamic going on, and John Della Volpe, who's the Harvard youth pollster, sort of told me this last December when I was writing another piece about Gen Z, which is that while that generation feels like politics is futile or not interesting or not exciting or not relevant, they still feel a duty to vote. They feel like this existential dread of the future about their rights being taken away. And that could be abortion. It could be climate change. It could be voting rights. It could be mass shootings. They feel like their lives, their generation, democracy doesn't really have a place for them right now, but they also feel like the stakes are too high for them not to vote. So it's an interesting dichotomy. And I think the answers from the focus groups really revealed that. I mean, all the people in the Democratic focus group said, when asked, are you a Democrat because you're like their policies and you like the candidates, or are you a Democrat just because they aren't Republicans? And the main takeaway was they're just Democrats because they aren't Republicans. And they voted for Biden because he wasn't Trump. But like nothing beyond that made them very excited. There were a few hands raised for like Bernie and AOC. But my other big takeaway here is I think the younger generation is actually a little more moderate, more bulwarky, if you will, than a lot of the popular narrative holds. I think the New York Times poll, to cite a good example, among all of the Democrats who said Biden shouldn't run in 2024, and there were many, the biggest reasons were his age and his job performance. Only 10% of them said they wish he was more progressive. But that age thing is big. And I feel like that was a caricature in the Democratic primaries, but it's really proven itself out that doesn't feel like there's any rapport between 20-somethings and 17 to 25-year-olds and our 79-year-old president.
Yeah. Well, let's just jump right in because we have a lot of sound from these guys. So let's just start with listening to some of these young people when we asked them how they felt things were going in the country.
I think there's a very good chance of a civil war within the next couple of decades.
I think they're going to shit, honestly, pardon the language. But I think that when it comes to like just economics in the country, like inflation's insanely high, a recession's about to happen, if not a depression. And that's just economic wise. And then when it comes to social issues, it's also gone to shit with the Supreme Court overruling Roe versus Wade. I actually think there's probably nothing good going on in the country right now.
Even if we do have a pro-choice president, them supporting it's not really going to do much. Like we need the votes in the Supreme Court. When we can see the public polls, Roe v. Wade, abortion, gun control, there are all these things where the American like society as a whole agrees on one thing and like nothing is getting done in DC.
I feel like a lot of it is rooted in our focus on capitalism because it doesn't seem to benefit a lot of people. It seems to be benefiting the few, who are up here, and then those of us who are down here kind of getting the short end of the stick, I think more so than maybe has been in the past, or maybe it's just more obvious. I don't know. And then I think that's leading to a lot of these issues with the polarization and gun violence. I mean, I'm a teacher and I shouldn't have to be on the front lines at school, and student loan payments are a big one. I think our generation, like millennials, cuspers, Gen Z, is really getting the extra short end of the stick when it comes to like financial stuff because of student loan debt, housing, our medical care system being so privatized and stuff.
I got to say, having listened to lots and lots of these focus groups, they sound the same as their older counterparts in terms of like things are bad. It feels really polarized. I don't know. How old are you? Is that a rude question to ask?
No, I'm 40. I am the oldest millennial. I'm an exennial.
So I'm a Zennial too. Do you pronounce it Xennial? I pronounce it Zennial.
I should know the answer.
I've never heard somebody say it out loud.
I haven't either. It's like GIF or GIF.
Right. So I'm 42. So I'm 1980. So and you're 82. Okay. So it strikes me that is actually a big difference. People who are our age versus people who are like 26. Like there were a lot of 26-year-olds in here because I was born kind of a Reagan baby. And, like, I saw the wall come down and the end of the Cold War, and the 90s were a time of bad fashion, but, like, nice stability. And I grew up with a lot of optimism. And I was just thinking about these kids, young people, and they were joking about it in some points, right? Talking about how, they were in middle school when it was like McCain, Obama, and they saw them and they thought, well, they're both fine, like nice guys, but like a lot of their politics has been defined. They came of like voting age almost around the Trump era. It's been like a tough time for them, like their political existence.
That's right. So that's a really astute point. And I think there's a distinction between a millennial sort of our age into their mid 30s and who didn't grow up with the internet also. That's a point that can't be overstated.
Totally.
We got AOL like maybe in high school. We didn't have cell phones going into college, some of us. I mean, like the iPhone was invented in 2007 when a lot of people our age were already in the workforce. The trope about younger millennials, let's say 35 and under, and then Gen Z 25 and under, is that they came of age at a time after 9/11. They were born into a recession. Those things are true and have great bearing on their political outlook, on their idea of America as a shining city on a hill, in their idea of America as a place of equal opportunity where anyone can buy a house, get a car, and afford college. Yes. But with Gen Z specifically, you make a very good point, which is that if you're a 25-year-old in this focus group, like your political life, the period in which you became politically sentient, has really been defined by the rise of Donald Trump in 2015 and his brand of populism versus a Democratic Party that is seen as quote unquote neoliberal, Davos, Tim Geithner, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, whatever. And so that choice to you kind of sucks. And the other thing is, think about when you were in high school or even middle school. Like when you're a younger person, college also, time moves slower. Like every year is the biggest year of your life. When you turn 16, when you turn 18, when you turn 21. Like you have 4 years in college just felt expansive. And so imagine turning 18 in the year 2015 or 2016. And like every single year after that, a third of your adult life is defined by these toxic cultural political fights and also Washington not being able to accomplish much. And then you look around you, I mean, we see this too, like John DeLilpe has this in his Harvard survey. A lot of younger people are turning their attention to local politics and they feel like that's more of a place where things can get done rather than DC. And so that's a long way of saying the cultural, political, economic traumas of the last 2 decades have had a big bearing on the younger generation's outlook, but also like the fact that the choices available to them aren't kind of bad. You heard this with the Dem focus groups. It's like, do you like Biden? No. Do you like Pete? Maybe. Do you like Warren? Not really. Do you like Bernie? And like, if you're our age millennial, not only did you like Barack Obama's policies at the time, like you liked him as a dude. And
speak for yourself, homie.
Yeah. Sorry, if you're a Democrat. But the woman who was the most sort of DSA socialist in that Dem group, she was the one who remembered John McCain from her middle school days, and she was like, "Yeah, like I was living in DC when he died, and like people from both sides of the aisle came out, and like that was kind of interesting. Like that's something weird, like And it was like, but that's the world we grew up with, where you could mourn George H.W. Bush or John McCain or whoever else passes away. And now she said this in the focus group. If Trump died, like Democrats would say, ding dong, the witch is dead.
Yeah.
And I thought that was an interesting point. They just are coming up in a much more, not only polarized and partisan political culture, but one that is just fueled by negative partisanship, grievance, resentment.
Totally. And the negative partisanship, as you mentioned earlier, was like replete throughout the groups, right? When you're asking them, well, why did you vote for Joe Biden? It was like, well, because I couldn't possibly vote for the Republicans. That's terrible. These kids were, I just want to talk about them for a little bit. I should stop calling them kids because they had jobs. They were in their mid-20s. They were pretty sweet. Like they had optimism. They had a sense of like, I don't understand why we can't all get along and like why you can't have unity. And on the other hand, they were very dark, like I would celebrate if the other side died. There was like one dude in the Democratic group. It was mostly women. And he was like, burn the system down. And yet I had a lot of sympathy for these young people. Like, one of the elections that I like really, really engaged in, one of the early ones, was Gore v. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember the commentary at the time was that they were exactly the same. Yep. Who cares? These people are exactly the same. It's just one party. And it's like these guys now live in a place where the political parties are just worlds apart. Like, they think it's genuinely dangerous for the other side to be in charge.
Yeah. Rage Against the Machine did an entire music video during Bush v. Gore dedicated to voting for Ralph Nader. I mean, if you haven't read it yet, by the way, Chuck Klosterman's new book about the 90s is really great. It's not just about pop culture, music, movies, which he typically writes about. He writes about the sort of political culture at the time. And if you were a 20-something in the 90s, you didn't wake up every day feeling like you had to express an opinion about, you know, whether somebody is transphobic or what the healthcare law says or defund the police. You could just sort of do your own thing. And like the defining mood of that decade was irony and ironic detachment, because it felt like the Fukuyama thing, like it was the end of history and you could just chill. And that turned out not to be the case, obviously. But this generation, I think you really described it well. I mean, it's this like twofold thing where they feel like the system doesn't work, the other side is the enemy, and at the same time, there's a sense of optimism, I think, in there somewhere that things can change, probably more that things have to change, because again, I use the word existential, like the city of Miami and the city of New Orleans might not exist in 30 years because of climate change. I was in a movie theater, Sarah, recently with Katie, my fiance, and a man, I live in LA, so this happens sometimes, a schizophrenic man who was an alcoholic stood up in the front row of the movie theater when we were seeing Top Gun and started yelling just like incoherent, noisy, kind of scary things. A bunch of people ran out of the theater because, you know, this was after Uvalde. They instinctually thought, oh my God, this guy might pull out a gun. But the first two people to sprint out of the theater, the minute this wacko stood up in the front of the movie theater, were these two college age, maybe high school age girls. And I could just tell, like, one, they were like looking at Snapchat before the movie started. But two, their instincts kicked in because they've done active shooter drills. They bolted. And it's just like, that's the world they live in and they're coming up in. And it was funny. One of the young men, not kids, I think from Texas in the Young Democrat focus group, talked about, like, I think a civil war is coming.
Yep.
Might come in the next 20 years. And I think that'd be okay as long as it like fixes the system.
Yeah,
and
he
like,
was our burn it all down guy. Yeah,
he was a burn it all down guy. And like, again, not to reference John Del Volpe again, but he's, you know, I think one of our best pollsters on Gen Z. His polling for Harvard and the Institute of Politics there bears this out. A lot of young people, both Republican, Democrat, in the middle, think civil war is actually possible in our lifetime. Think that riots are possible, are accustomed to political violence. And that was not the case when Bush and Gore were running against each other back in 2000.
I mean, I think about this all the time. It would never have occurred to me if I was in a movie theater to think somebody might have a weapon, like to shoot. And now it would. Yeah. I mean, now, and I just think about being like a young person and coming up with that, I don't know, existential baggage of like being under threat or under siege all the time. I will tell you, my overarching takeaway from this focus group is that we are failing young people. We can get into that more, but like that is how it left me feeling. So a lot of people in both of these groups mentioned the overturning or the end of Roe v. Wade as a key reason they thought things were going badly in the country. So half of 18 to 29-year-olds voted in 2020, which was an 11-point increase from 2016. So young people, they turn out less than the country as a whole, and 2020 was as high as turnout ever gets. But a lot of this group sort of seemed like overwhelmed by the state of our politics and skeptical about whether things could change just because they voted. And also, since they're new to voting, they may not understand the significance of voting in the midterms. Listening to them, this sort of probably should have been obvious to me, but it kind of occurred to me for the first time. Like you mentioned this earlier, that they're motivated to vote. They all had a real sense of like why they have to vote in presidential elections. Yeah. And they're also very transient. Like they're in that stage of life where they're just moving around. And so there's a lot of like logistics to them having to register that seemed overwhelming to them. But just listen to how they talked about voting in 2022.
For me, it's just like, I guess, more of like a habit effect that I usually vote for like the presidential when we have to vote for presidents and stuff. but I guess I'm undecided about doing it.
I think I'm just so disillusioned with the whole thing that, again, like when it comes to the presidential election, sure, I'll tick off my blue vote, but beyond that, I'm just not convinced that much that I do is going to have an overall impact.
Being in Pennsylvania, we definitely have some pretty polarizing candidates coming up for the midterms, and I do want to go and make sure Doug Mastriano does not get governor. So I'll be there for sure. But yeah, sometimes depending on the election, it can kind of feel like, well, my vote's not going to make a change. And, you know, if someone wins the popular vote and someone else is placed up as president, then, you know, what's the popular vote even mean at this point?
It's hard to think that one vote is going to make a difference. And then also there's the fact that there's things that I just don't know about to make like an educated vote. But I also didn't know that, like, so these elections that are coming up, is this to vote on like how like we feel about policies, or is this to vote on like candidates?
They don't actually care about citizens, in my opinion. Like, I don't think either side really cares. And so, yeah, it's just going to get really bad because there's such a divide. And when they should be working together to do better for the country, they're not, because all they care about is almost like being the extremes and just getting reelected. When I'd say a majority of Americans fall somewhere more in the middle of the two parties. But until there's like a third party, there's just never going to be a change.
So we have a lot of this, like, does my vote even matter kind of stuff going on in these groups. And I heard a lot of that. But one of the things that I have felt listening to these focus groups going into 2022 is that there's a real enthusiasm gap, because Donald Trump is on the ticket for the people that he excites, and he is not on the ticket for the people that he repels. And you could sort of hear that in these groups, that they know less and have fewer opinions about these midterm elections, except for my girl in Pennsylvania, who knew who Doug Mastriano was and wanted to vote against him, which is very good instincts on her part. Guy's an insurrectionist.
Thank you, young woman.
Dude's an insurrectionist. But what do you think in terms of like 22 and young people voting?
You know, not to cite other focus groups other than yours, but I was talking to a Democrat who recently did another focus group with young people, and the moderator asked, and this person in the focus group was upset about the Dobbs ruling and the end of Roe v. Wade, and the moderator asked, are you going to vote in the midterms? And this young woman in the focus group responded, what's a midterm? And so that's not to say that young people are stupid or totally disengaged. I think we need to respect the fact, and I think your group during the 2020 did a really good job with this, Sarah, respecting the low information voter of all ages, people who don't follow this stuff for a living. It is my thesis about politics is the biggest divide in our country is not between Republican and Democrat. It's between people who follow this stuff closely and those who don't follow it at all. And so I think that the way to get people to care about politics is to talk about issues that are relevant to them. And, you know, it just doesn't feel like, unless there's a insurrectionist on the ballot in your state of Pennsylvania or elsewhere, or if the person running for governor, Senate, House, mayor, wherever you live, has something concrete to promise you, it's easy for people to tune out. I also think that like the national media doesn't do a good job of articulating what this group cares about. I think typically, certainly like years ago, when you asked a pundit or a journalist or a pollster, what do young people care about? Marijuana, pot, climate change, like that's it. You know, they care about jobs, they care about inflation, they care about gas prices. You know, one thing we're seeing in a lot of polling, young people actually care more about the abortion ruling and say it's more of a factor in their vote than older people do. Partly because, for all the reasons we have articulated here, it feels like their lives, their liberties are under attack. And I also think one thing that jumped out at me from the Republican side of this is young Republicans aren't just Charlie Kirk, like MAGA meme lords. Like, they care more about inclusivity. They are more open to LGBTQ issues. They are more open to having a friend who is trans than older Republicans. And younger Republicans are also like way more interested in climate change. And young Republicans, yes, a lot of them are upset about the Supreme Court ruling on Dobbs. Again, it goes back to this like common thread. If you're under the age of 30, the world feels like it's falling apart. And Republicans, I was interested in the ones you were talking to, like they definitely cared about the economy. They cared about our political culture, and they expressed some traditionally conservative views, but there was some alignment there with the future and concerns about the future and concerns about the system not working for them. And so when it comes back to this year, man, I feel you on the enthusiasm gap. I sense it. Do you remember back in 2018? I say this all the time. At this point in 2018, if you were like on the left or in the middle, you could not get away from midterm news. It was almost like the media was rooting for Democrats. There were profiles of Lauren Underwood and Beto and Stacey Abrams and all this stuff about the anti-Trump energy going on out there in the country. You don't hear about that a lot right now, and we're like 4 or 5 months away from the elections. And I think part of that is because like the press, Democrats, like they're either disengaged or they aren't willing to, state the fact that Democratic voters are not as enthusiastic about voting right now as they were at this point 4 years ago. And this is also borne out in news trends as well. And I'll end my rant here, but this generation is not watching the news. Like a lot of older people, they are burned out by the negative headlines, by the Trump news. But like for them specifically, you see this in polling and a lot of surveys and marketing research. Young people are just like, the news is bad. It causes me anxiety. I'm tuning it out. And that's on top of the fact that they're certainly not watching like CBS News and reading the New York Times, and they're getting their information in different ways from different people.
Yeah, for sure. On low information voters or on people who don't make politics their lives, I would just like to say I am for it. I think it is okay.
Yes.
I do want people to be participatory citizens and to understand that there are insurrectionists on the ballot, but also if they want to go outside or pursue other things besides like rage tweeting, I think that that is healthy and okay. Nowhere on this podcast will you ever hear me talk about low information voters as though that is a neg. It's not a neg.
Same. I say the same thing. And Tim Miller, if you're listening, it's okay to log off sometimes.
Yeah, log off, bro. That's right. So I just want to run through some issues that these young people care about. And one of the main ones that I want to talk about is student loans.
Mm-hmm.
So the Biden administration is currently weighing canceling $10,000 in student loan debt per borrower. Now, I hate this idea as a fiscal conservative, but it's no surprise. Voters in this age group are more open to the general idea. So let's listen to the young Democrats who are a bit skeptical about the follow-through. And you also mentioned in your piece for Puck that 41% of Gen Z voters self-identify as moderate, but they're also very open to some of these like Bernie, Warren populist positions like on student loans. Listen to the Dems first.
I didn't think it was going to happen. I mean, I was already like going to vote for him anyways, but it was like, oh, that would be great.
My boyfriend and I, he has loans and we wanted to buy a house. And of course, that's the first thing that popped up, like his loan and his debt. I mean, we both thought it would be such a great thing if it did happen, but given the track record, I didn't expect much from it.
And then even with this sort of lapsed Republican group, right, 4 out of 5 supported it, but they were a little more skeptical. So let's listen to them.
The country's already in so much debt, like especially right after COVID, like with Biden's presidency, there's so much significant debt that this is just going to put the country in an even worse position that'll make our generation even worse off. I think the idea itself is a great idea. And in retrospect, it sounds like it would be great, but if you just think about it, it's not like this money's like the debt's just going to go away. Where is that going to go?
My girlfriend has it, so it would be very helpful to us, but where's that money going to come from? Is the country going further into debt, or like, does everyone else have to like pay for that in one way or another? And then also I'm like, I went through school and was able to come out without debt. So why should that be put on me? And then why is it fair for others to get their debt relieved when others had to pay all of it? Very mixed feelings.
That logic is so flawed, because if I break my leg today and I get that bill and then universal health care comes tomorrow, I can't be like, hold on, why don't you got the same bill I got? That's ludicrous. We should all want future generations to have it better than we have it.
So here's the thing that I want to ask you about the student loan. So I see a lot on Twitter, which is a bad place to see things, but I see a lot on Twitter where it's like young people are holding them hostage on this. Like, you have to give this to them or young people will never turn out. But these guys kind of sounded like, yeah, it'd be cool, but, you know, I don't really think we're going to get it. How do you think about politically they should balance this idea?
I think that you're right. The loudest progressive voices on Twitter. From an elected official perspective, Elizabeth Warren and AOC are the loudest on this. The idea that canceling some kinds of student loans or all student loan debt will be some sort of cure-all for Biden is a mistake politically. I think that's an overestimation, in other words. Beyond what happens on the merits, I had student loans for 15 years. I'd be fine if people didn't have to bear the same burden that I did. Like, I fucking hate them. At the same time, like, the nuance that you picked up in these conversations was really important. One of the Dems or Republicans, I forget, said, my friend had loans with Sallie Mae with really high interest rates. Like, Biden can't cancel privately held student loans, which are often some of the most onerous. And if he cancels up to $10,000 in just federal student loans, like, all of the people in the focus group said they would welcome such a thing, even though they said they had doubts it would happen because they just don't think government is going to work in this way. But the reason I say it might be overestimated as this cure-all is, one, other than like your sort of like anti-abortion crusaders out there, there's not a lot of like single issue voters, especially in the Democratic Party. The most recent Harvard poll found that among Democrats who are likely to vote this November, 43% favor canceling student loan debt for everyone. That's less than half. If you were looking at Twitter, you'd think all young Democrats want to cancel all student loan debt. I think young people want some kind of action. One of the more popular answers in this poll was the government should not cancel student loan debt, but they should help with repayment options, because there are a lot of people who are suffering under the weight of student loan debt, both federal and private, which means they can't put down money to buy a house, even a car, or pay rent, and it fucking sucks. But it is a much more complicated issue than the narrative lets on in many ways. And I don't know if there'd be like some kind of like hardcore backlash politically to this, but I do think that kid from the Bronx who I really liked, was onto something. It's like, wait, this guy got his loans canceled because he took out a federal loan, but I don't get mine canceled because I took out a private loan. And by the way, maybe my parents did that on my behalf and it wasn't even in my control. Like, that kind of sucks.
All right, I want to turn to guns, more issues. Now, like I said, everyone who's in this group was under 30, so that puts them as school age or younger when Columbine happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I remember I was in college, and at the time, we thought this was like a one-time horrible thing. So in the report that your article cites, 72% of Gen Z say gun violence is an important issue facing the country. Like you mentioned before, they've grown up in the age of these lockdown drills and school shootings on the news. And there were actually 2 teachers in the Democratic group. And the Republican group actually wasn't that much more conservative on guns. Let's see if you can even tell the difference between which one of these identified as Dems and which ones identify as Republicans.
Columbine happened before I even started like elementary school. I remember being in elementary school and like we would have lockdowns. And I believe like I've never been in a school shooting, but my school would get locked down because of gun violence happening like in the surrounding area to the school. So they'd have to like make sure that we were all like secured in the building just in case someone did try to break in. So like I'd say the earliest I can remember was probably 2nd or 3rd grade. And it wasn't someone in the school, but it was like knowing there was like a shootout happening like down the road. So it definitely is something that's been very prevalent. And then now like being in schools, it's like, and my mom's a teacher as well. So like hearing like how they're having to deal with it as well as educators is really scary.
I think it's terrible that it's like so normal. And it's even gotten to the point where like I'm 28 years old and my dad thinks I need to start taking like a self-defense course and kind of learning how to, just because it's kind of like the norm. I feel like I can't really turn on the news without seeing like there's a shooting, there's a beating, there's a this, there's a that. Like in the day and the night, like used to try and be extra careful at night and be like smart in my surroundings. Now it's like so many things are happening during the day. It's like, what's really a difference between day and night anymore?
As a teacher, I mean, every room that I move into, one of the first thoughts is, what is my escape route? I'm going to run, hide, fight because I'm always by an exterior door, regardless of what the superintendent says or the principal says. I'm not going to sit here, especially after watching the whole Uvalde thing play out. I'm not going to sit here. I'm telling the kids, run down that path. I've worked it out with my co-teacher, run down that path and scatter into the neighborhood and hide, because the depressing thing that one of my 6th graders brought up my first year teaching is, what is the point of hiding in our rooms? Because the gunman knows that there's kids in school or he wouldn't be here. So it's that we're trying to not get shot first so that another class gets shot. And like, I didn't even know what to respond because he's right. But how do you tell a 12-year-old that? How do you say to him, I wasn't going to lie and say you're wrong, but I also didn't want to scare everybody else who hadn't really realized that yet. So you definitely think of it. And then after a big event like Uvalde, we get a little extra cautious, but it's always cautious. We have new cameras at all of the entrances. Like, they were kind of old before and it was just audio. Now we have like cameras with video. All the doors are always locked. My doors are always locked to my classroom. My interior doors, even if I'm gone for half a second, it's locked. There was a guy in a business suit riding a blue moped that looked like it was from Walmart the other day, sitting in our parking lot. And a couple of us went out there and almost whooped his ass before he left because we don't know who you are. So it changes when you're in a position where you're supposed to protect the kids, I think, too, versus like being the student. I wasn't as concerned, I think, also because, prefrontal cortex development didn't have that idea of that risk yet. But yeah, it's my job to make sure 30 kids don't get gunned down on my watch. So,
God.
I played this whole clip because I was sitting there thinking, like, my stomach was just like in revolt, because you know what? It actually isn't her job to make sure 30 kids don't get gunned down.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually not her job. Her job is to teach these children, and like, it's society's job to protect those kids from getting gunned down. Like, we should have a culture in which people do not live in this fear. I didn't live in this fear.
Yeah.
I don't think my teachers lived in fear this way. This is where I sort of came away with the feeling like that we were failing these young people because we have allowed this world to like grow out since Columbine and just like do nothing about it. Just like act like this is all okay. So I'm gonna ask you like a super hard question, but it's something I think about a lot, and I just want to know what you say. Listening to them talk about how like your dad wants her to take self-defense classes, are things actually worse now? Or do we just feel like they're worse now because social media and the news and like the information that we have so much access to? I feel like it's worse living right now, and yet I'm not sure that that's true.
I'm not sure either. That's like the ultimate question. Like, would you rather be alive at any other time in history right now? Like, no, I don't think I would.
This minute I'd rather be alive.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think the internet and social media provides this connective tissue where we see bad things in real time. But I think the school situation in terms of school shootings is the worst it's ever been. And you're so right that we've just sort of allowed this to happen. Before the Iowa caucuses in 2020, I got invited to speak at a high school outside Des Moines. And I'd been in high schools since I left my own high school, but like, this was a new construction building, and I had to go through like 2 layers of secure glass to get inside with an ID and wait. And I don't know if this was like one of the heralded like single entry point schools that Ted Cruz was rooting for after Uvalde, but it was just like, it felt like there was more security there than an airport. And so I think we have failed people who have entered schooling, and public schools in particular, since Columbine. And I think our political culture is worse also. But again, I don't know, Sarah. Like, I'm a 40-year-old who has a good career, and I own a house, and I graduated before the Great Recession. And so like, I understand, not to use a safe space word, but I understand like the privilege of hindsight and my age, and I've worked hard to get where I am, and I've also caught some lucky breaks, and I just understand where a lot of young people are coming from, where they don't even feel like they can, what's the phrase, like, luck was what happens when preparation meets opportunity. I hope it still is, but I see how the opportunity piece of that feels more and more distant for people who were, born in the 90s or later.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to wrap us up here with something that it's not funny, actually. It's actually another data point in our polarization. And I just did the last episode with David Axelrod, like entirely on political polarization. And I didn't really get to this particular segment, so I want to drop it in here, which is it's actually affecting how these young people date, our political polarization. Like, it used to be that people didn't like it when their children dated somebody outside of their religion or outside of their race. people are cool with those things now, but date somebody outside of your political party. Listen to some of them just talk about their dating lives.
I had dated somebody who voted for Donald Trump the first time. That's why the relationship is past tense. But try to like look for where the common ground is.
My ex-boyfriend and all his friends were like Trump extremists and emphasis on the X. And that's a big part of it. I just couldn't understand his point of view, and like I'd ask him to explain and he just couldn't really give any definite answers other than like, oh, he's the best or he has done a great job. And it's like, well, give some concrete examples, or like, what do you think when he says all these awful things about women? And he just didn't have an answer for that. And he just kind of was like, oh, ignoring that part, I guess.
I mean, it's got to be hard for these young people to navigate. She said you looked for the common ground. Like, the common ground, what? He was probably hot, right? That was the common ground. But it's tough for them, the polarization.
Yeah, I mean, one of my friends showed me, like, their dating app. I forget if it was, like, Hinge or Tinder or something. And it had, like, so many people, and this is among people in their 30s, like, put their politics, like, right up front on their dating profile. Like, swipe left if you vote for Trump, or swipe left if you're a socialist or whatever. I mean, other than race, supporting Trump is like the biggest indicator now among young people as to whether you could be friends with somebody. And part of this is our cultural and geographic sorting, our social media sorting, and the bubbles we live in. And increasingly, you just encounter fewer and fewer people who have different political views than you. That is the most like cold take in the world to say, but like certainly acute among baby boomers. But like baby boomers grew up at a different time. Like Gen Z college students, your political vocabulary is derived from the internet and plays out on the internet. And I hate bringing up Harvard so much here because I sound like
it's very elitist. You sure you don't want to say a school in Boston?
A school outside of Boston. Sorry, I'm on the board at Shorenstein Center at Harvard. I love you guys. But I was invited to moderate a panel there of Gen Z elected officials a few months ago. 2 of them were Republican, 3 of them were Democrat. As you can imagine, the Cambridge student body is not the most MAGA place in the world. And by the way, the Gen Z Republicans on the panel weren't very MAGA either. But it was really actually kind of heartwarming. It sounds corny, but like after everyone spoke on stage, like this young Republican from Iowa got off the stage, and some people came up to him and were like, oh, it's really cool to meet a Republican in real life. You know, like, and it's like, this is just the bowling alone theory of life. But like, you know, the more you see someone in person, you realize they don't have devil horns, and hopefully you can find some common ground.
Peter Hamby, we're going to have to stop there, but thank you for coming here. I guess the kids are all right-ish. But, you know, they could be better.
It depends. Go listen to some of their music on Spotify and we can do a separate podcast on that. Tell me what you think.
All right, man. Thanks so much for being here. And thanks all of you for listening to another episode of The Focus Group. We will be back next week and we will do this all over again. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and today we are talking about the electoral prospects of some of the Republicans who voted for impeachment. There were 10 House members who voted for impeachment. 4 of them opted not to run for re-election. That was our friend of the podcast, Adam Kinzinger, Anthony Gonzalez, John Katko, and Fred Upton. One of them has already lost their primary, Tom Rice. One has survived his primary, but has a tough general election ahead. That's David Valdeo. And 4 still have Republican primaries to get through. That's Liz Cheney, Jamie Herrera Butler, Dan Newhouse, and Peter Meyer. Peter Meyer is of Michigan. But we're going to talk today a little bit about Herrera Butler and Newhouse. We did a Republican group from Washington State, but we're mostly going to talk about Liz Cheney. So Cheney's in really tough shape before her August 16th primary. So rough that she needs Democrats to go and vote for her in the Republican primary. A recent WPA intelligence poll which was done for an anti-Cheney super PAC, tested various levels of Democratic turnout. In the absolute most optimistic scenario, where a quarter of Republican primary voters are Democrats, Cheney is still trailing Harriet Hageman 51 to 39%. That is a 12-point gap, which is better than any other poll that I've seen. She is usually at about a 22-point gap. My guest today is Susan Glasser, staff writer at The New Yorker and friend. And it's funny, actually, Susan is the only reporter who ever came in real life to a focus group before the pandemic. Susan, thanks for being here.
Oh, well, thank you, Sarah. I didn't realize I had that distinction, but you and I have listened to lots of these over time. And for me, they were super valuable insights that sort of teed up the 2020 election year. So here we are 2 years later, and we're still talking about the former president and his, I guess, legacy is a polite word.
That is a polite word. You know, Susan, so you've written about Liz Cheney and her time on the January 6th committee. You have also made a big study of Trump's impeachments. There were more than one. Tell me, just sort of big picture, how you see impeachment kind of shaping the political environment for a lot of these Republicans.
That's a good question, because really Trump and impeachment, it's more, is he still the definition of the Republican Party or not, right? So I would lump into that category sort of January 6th, the election lie, and just the overall combative, divisive persona of the former president. And really what's striking is that I feel like so many people in the political class are desperately seeking bits and pieces of evidence to prove that Trump is maybe finally possibly losing his hold over the Republican Party, even as it has remarkably continued to endure through almost everything.
You know, regular listeners of this podcast will observe that this is one of my favorite points for somebody to make, because there is this whole sort of narrative out there as Trump's grip on the party is slipping. And I do want to talk a little bit about what I've seen in the focus groups, because I do think since January 6th, we have seen support softening, but it's like categorically different than like Trump's, not necessarily Trump the man, but like Trump the phenomenon's hold on the party and how much it has shaped the party. And I would say, you know, we could be in a situation where once the primaries are over, not a single one of the 10 Republicans who voted for impeachment is still in office in the next Congress.
Yeah, I think that is really striking, and it presents an accurate picture of the Republican Party 2 years after the Trump presidency, which is to say that it's still defined by it. Whether or not Trump becomes the candidate and the nominee for president again in 2024, it will continue on, at least for the foreseeable future, as a party remade in his image. And in some ways, the next class of elected officials and politicians who follow Trump are even more extreme versions of Trumpists than Trump himself, in that many of them don't have his name recognition, his perceived power over the electorate. So they tend to amp up, you know, the culture wars and the divisiveness even more. And, you know, for me, the enduring political fact about all this was the night of January 6th itself, when I saw that 2/3 of the House Republicans would continue to refuse to accept the election results, even after, you know, literally walking back over the shattered glass of their own Capitol in order to do that. I think that rather than the emotional response of many people in Washington who thought, okay, this is finally it, Trump is over, to me, that was the salient political fact instead, that Republicans largely chose to stick with Trump. And I think that has been proven to be the case over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so speaking of January 6th, what do you think about the January 6th committee in terms of its impact and how the whole thing is kind of shaped up?
You know, I have watched it with great interest. I've watched all of the hearings so far, and I'm almost of two minds of it, because as someone who's just finished a book on Trump and his 4 years, and that'll come out in September, so that was a terrible deadline. Mm-hmm. You know, I was really worried. What are the new revelations? What are they going to say? The basic contours of this story have actually already been known, and even many of the more sensational details. The insane December 18th, 2020 2020 meeting at the White House with the Overstock.com guy and Mike Flynn talking about martial law in the Oval Office, the 5-hour meeting. We knew about that. The extraordinary confrontation between Donald Trump and the leadership of the Justice Department, which took place on Sunday, January 3rd, 2021, in which basically the entire senior leadership of the Justice Department had to threaten to quit in order to forestall Trump from putting in to the acting attorney general position someone who would do his bidding. Also extensively known. On the other hand, there's been a real power, I think, and skill in creating a sort of television serial, if you will, and presenting this testimony and these facts to viewers who probably certainly were not paying as close attention to all the details. And the drip, 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 the accumulation, the fact that they made this very smart strategic choice to have essentially all Republicans, all people who were loyal, more or less Trumpists, be the ones who are presenting the evidence against Trump, and they're the ones who are testifying against him. I think that that has been very effective, in some ways more effective than it might have been expected to be, given that the facts were broadly known.
Yeah. And going into this, the big question was like, would it matter? Because like you said, like we sort of knew a lot of this stuff, and yet I feel like it has mattered. And one of the things that we've seen in the focus groups that is notable is that we've seen a noticeable drop-off in Trump voters wanting Trump to run again since these hearings began. Even in just these last 2 focus groups that we did, we heard from 14 Republicans in our Washington and Wyoming groups, and only one of them wanted Trump to run again. In the Washington group, which was quite conservative, nobody wanted him to run again. And so, let's take a listen to why some of these voters say they're out on Trump.
I feel like there's too many people against him right now. He's never gonna make it. So I feel like somebody else needs to step in that has similar views, but not as big of an ego. Somebody else, more people like, I guess.
I'm hearing the governor of Florida. Seems like he's really conservative. And it's not that I'm against Trump. I just feel like it would be awful for the Republican Party if he ran. That's how I feel.
I think he had his moment to shine. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, I guess. He did some good things when he was in office, but I think he just needs to accept the fact that he lost, unfortunately, and, maybe help out politically in some ways if he still wants to, still can run maybe more locally somewhere. But he's obviously a little hot-headed and passionate, I guess would be a good word. But I think it's time for somebody new. We got to move on.
We got to move on. So this is the language of these focus groups. They want to move on from the January 6th conversation, and these voters are not sitting and listening to the January 6th hearings. But when you talk about that accumulation, the ambient noise, the sense that Trump has all this baggage, the move on is what seems to emerge. Nobody thinks it's like, oh, he's a bad guy. It's more like, I'm not sure he can win. This, to me, is what the January 6th committee has done that has made a real difference, which is I do think that they are creating in the minds of Trump voters a desire to just sort of move on from all of it. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I thought it was really striking to hear, the moderator asked for a show of hands. Who wants Trump to run again? In that Washington State group, nobody raises their hands. There's a power to listening to that. And again, all of them saying essentially he had his time. He's too divisive. But the note that stuck with me was, in fact, that note of real partisanship. It's not so much a souring on Trump or even a thoughtful reevaluation of him based on any evidence. It's simply a very partisan reaction that most of these self-identified Republican voters were having, which was, we want to win. And maybe this guy is too divisive. You heard that word again and again, too divisive, too divisive. And of course, is Ron DeSantis any less divisive? Probably not. But they've been told that he might be more acceptable to a broader swath, and they want to win. So I agree with you, but I also am very mindful that if we had had this conversation in 2015 or even the early part of 2016, we would have heard even stronger sentiments objecting to Trump. And in the end, as one of the people I think in your Washington focus group said, well, if he's the nominee, I'm still going to vote for him, of course. And I wonder if those who have been waiting and waiting and waiting for the Republican Party to give up on Donald Trump risk falling prey to the same feeling. Trump needs to hold on to his core fanatic support. And if there's a crowded primary, that's going to be enough, very likely, for him to win.
You raise two incredibly important points, and one that I do in longer conversations try to caveat when I say, like, hey, look, I'm hearing in the focus groups that there's a lot fewer people who want him to run in 2024. And one of the caveats is that we've seen this before, the temporary walking away from Trump when, like, the noise is very high on his less good qualities, let's say, and then people kind of drift back. And this is very, very important. These people not wanting to vote for him is not because they don't like him. They're not rejecting Trump or everything he stands for. They're like armchair quarterbacking. They're doing like political analysis of, I'm not sure he can win. And you're right. That's what everybody thought the first time. And of course, when you start with, even if it's a plurality, but a concentrated plurality that's in your corner, that's a big thing. And so I think we should be careful about counting him out. So with that, though, I want to turn to the Republican constituents of the people who voted for impeachment and give you a taste of how they're thinking about Jamie Herrera Butler, Dan Newhouse, and Liz Cheney. This first voter lives in Herrera Butler's district in Washington State.
I don't remember specifically what it was that turned me off to her, but I will not vote for her again.
Dan Newhouse said some very vile things against the president of our United States. I just think that that is unforgivable.
I think what you do when you're in office tells whether you support Wyoming values. And prior to the January 6th and the impeachment of President Trump, Wyoming was very much in support of Liz Cheney and her values for the state.
And I feel like that's how Liz Cheney is. She's already gone from Wyoming. She has nothing. She's moved on.
I like the one where it's like, I don't remember specifically what it was that turned me off, but I will never vote for her again.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Well, but it is their litmus test. And I think this is the thing that hangs over these 2022 primaries, not just for impeachers, but for all of the candidates running, where for primary voters, the litmus test is you got to support Donald Trump. And so these voters are all articulating, especially the Washington state voters, the reason that they would not vote for these candidates is specifically because of their impeachment vote, because they said bad things about Donald Trump. And I want to talk about Washington state a little bit first, because they're a little different from Cheney's, just like her own beast, her own animal. But when you were watching the Washington state focus groups, do you agree that that's like the political litmus test? Was that impeachment vote, were they just like signing their political death warrant?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what came through. And this is the reason for my skepticism about that same Washington state group of voters saying, well, maybe Trump shouldn't be the nominee in 2024. This underscores how it's really about partisanship and team sports and wanting to win, that they're not abandoning Trump because, in fact, they're willing to get rid of their congressperson solely because that person was, in their view, not loyal to Donald Trump. And so it tends to underscore the view of the party as completely captive and having made loyalty, quote unquote, to Trump the litmus test for whether you should serve in Congress or not. And of course, that is a litmus test that's pretty odd. You know, why should fealty to a former president determine the best representation for a member of Congress in a congressional district that has an enormous number of actual important matters that these Congress people are going to work on and could deliver for their constituents? But these people seem completely unconcerned. It's about the nationalization of our politics, and they don't even seem to care who represents them in terms of issues or anything.
Yeah, because let me tell you, the guy that is running against Herrera Butler, this guy, Joe Kent, is a total whack job. Just complete. And look, Herrera Butler's not totally out of this, but the polling's been kind of ugly for her in her district. And I think these voters were pretty representative, where it's like, I just know I'm not voting for her. She's a bad one. And like, people called her like a secret Democrat or something. Like, and the funny thing is Herrera Butler has really run away. Like, she just on the gay marriage vote, she voted against gay marriage. And she's been a pretty moderate member of Congress, but she has really tried to not duck the impeachment vote, but she's trying to win this primary. But I'm not sure she can get away from it. Let's talk about Liz Cheney, because the Wyoming group is a complicated group. First of all, Wyoming only has 600,000 people in it. And so recruiting for a focus group in Wyoming is actually really hard. And so we opened it up. We basically said, okay, we'll take anybody who's going to vote in the Republican primary in Wyoming in the group. And so it ended up being kind of a mix, because I think like lots of people are going to vote in the Republican primary because it's the only one that matters. And so it's kind of a mix of sort of your hardcore conservatives from Wyoming, your people who were kind of like former-ish Republicans were in the group. They'd always voted Republican up until Donald Trump. And then there was even some liberal-ish people who want to vote in this Republican primary, which Liz Cheney is going to need. But one of the quotes we just heard that was pretty interesting is this idea that she's moved on from the state, that she's not of the state, which actually, as best I can tell, watching the debates and the messaging that's coming out from Hageman's camp, they're actually hitting Liz not just for being not supportive of Trump and for being on the January 6th committee, but like as a carpetbagger, like not representing Wyoming values. Did that strike you as well?
Absolutely. I mean, look, this is a classic critique of a politician who gains a big national profile, especially in a smaller state. That is an effective attack line, even if Donald Trump wasn't involved. And so, you've seen that in many campaigns, both House and Senate over the years, that so-and-so is too embroiled in national issues to care about what we care about back home. It's also a way of saying that, in a state that went so very heavily for the former president, that she doesn't represent them simply by the fact of her breaking with Trump, that in and of itself doesn't represent him. But, there is a certain irony here. Is our Wyoming values the values of storming the Capitol and refusing to accept the results of a duly certified election, right? I mean, of course not. It's just really a different and I think very effective way of undercutting a politician who's broken with the new orthodoxy of her party. And she really has done that.
She has. She's been incredible. Now, let's actually just listen to some sound. We're taping this just before the January 6th primetime hearing, but I want to hear some of these Wyoming voters talk about Liz Cheney's stance toward Trump and her service on the committee.
It angered me a little bit, kind of going on after Trump the way she did. Even before January 6th, it seemed like she was, looking for that opportunity to, make a name for herself and start running for president in 2024.
There are no Republicans watching the January 6th hearings. I, as an independent, have been watching most of them, and they're fascinating. I would encourage everybody here, it's especially important for Republicans, Republican-leaning, and for independents to be watching that.
And I frequently hear folks from Wyoming saying, but she needs to represent what Wyoming wants. And I agree with that to an extent, but it's also upholding the Constitution first. No matter what Wyoming wants, she needs to first make sure that she is supporting that. And I also think she has a little more opportunity to maybe unite the state as a bipartisan state, with a lot of the Democrat folks moving over to vote for her as a Republican, and has a chance to maybe expand her base and support Wyoming even to a greater extent.
So because this group is kind of a mixed group, you could hear some people voicing like, well, maybe Liz Cheney's really what we need. She's like a uniter. But the conservatives were really like, she's a carpetbagger, get her out of here. I was talking to somebody recently, and they said to me, well, do you think Liz Cheney has a chance in Wyoming? And I was like, man, I don't know. I don't think so. And he's like, well, she's doing such a wonderful job on this committee. Isn't that going to help her? Actually, let's do some rank political punditry with me. Like, Liz Cheney knows she's going to lose this primary, probably. I mean, every politician likes to think they're going to win. Obviously, people counted Brad Raffensperger out, and he was able to pull through. But, she has prioritized being on this committee over winning this primary. it maybe helps her with the independents and Democrats, but there's not that many of them in Wyoming. And so what do you think she's doing here? Like, do you agree with them where they're sort of saying she's moving on, like she's now trying to be a national figure?
Well, look, certainly she gives every appearance of somebody who has made a very clear-cut choice and understanding what the political ramifications of that choice are, unlike others who've sort of flip-flopped and flip-flopped again. And, the sort of Nikki Haley dance, like, oh, well, I'll, mention my opposition to Trump when it seems like it's okay, but then I'll retreat immediately when it seems like it's not. Cheney made a choice. She's embraced it. She's even doubled down on it. To me, she does look like someone who is interested in pursuing a national political career, possibly running for president herself. She certainly has commanded a national platform and done so very powerfully and skillfully. It's interesting, her colleagues on the committee, Democrats, not exactly the kind of people who were fans of anyone from the Cheney family until very recently, almost deferred to her. They have ceded very willingly a leading role to her in these public hearings. And she seems to have personally attended and led the questioning in many of the key depositions of the committee's investigation. So I think she made that choice not recently, but, some time ago when she decided, this was the thing to make her stand on. After several years of basically holding her nose, and she was clearly uncomfortable with Trump, never liked him. But remember, she endorsed Donald Trump for re-election in 2020. And so, by the way, did Adam Kinzinger, her lone fellow Republican on the January 6th committee. Both of them, however, made this break that was very definitive. And it's quite a contrast with many of the others, even who voted for Trump's impeachment, as you said, with Jamie Herrera Butler, who've sort of tried to walk away from that, or at least not to make that the central focus of their political careers.
Yeah, I mean, even Peter Meyer is one of my favorite congressmen, very smart, a moderate, but he's not been great. He voted for impeachment. He's exactly the kind of person you would expect to vote for impeachment, but he has been really running away from that profile as he fights in this primary, which is just why Liz Cheney, to me, and Adam Kinzinger, but I guess Liz in particular, just for the way she has prosecuted the January 6th committee. I mean, she's got this like very flat affect, this like just the facts, ma'am way of doing things. I mean, Adam is like a man who's been released from prison, right?
Totally.
Like, he's
like tweeting and,
yeah,
like he loves it.
He's brawling with everybody. Clearly everything had been bottled up inside of him those years of having to like stooge for Trump. And because we know that represents a lot of people up on the Hill. Adam's just, embraced the new profile. Whereas Liz is doing something different, where she is super restrained. And it is like Constitution. And even though people call her a rhino, and even though people try to paint her as somebody just trying to get like a CNN gig, I feel like I'm watching a national figure get forged in front of our eyes. And it may be that the Republican Party is too far gone to ever look at somebody like her again. But I don't know. The only thing I think is constant in politics is that everything changes, including in the world. And so I'm just not counting her out. She's been too incredible. And you mentioned, the strange new respect from the Democrats who are working with her on the January 6th committee. She's going to need Democrats for this election. She is making it clear that she wants their votes. They're not shying away from that. And they've got same-day registration in Wyoming, which means that the Democrats can change their registration the day of the election, register as Republicans, and vote in the primary. And the Wyoming legislature was trying to shut that down because they knew that it could work to her benefit, but they failed to do it. So listen to some of her defenders that were in the group, most of whom are sort of former Republicans.
I actually have a lot of respect for the fact that she was willing to buck the Republican Party and Trump and come right out and say that, he needed to give up on his whole, the election was stolen. And, even in the face of being censured by her party for it, I actually have a lot of respect for her for sticking to what she believed in.
2018, I did not vote for her because she was a Trump supporter. And then in 2020, because I was extremely turned off by that just contaminated everybody at that point for me. And now I certainly will not be voting for Hageman. I do think I will almost certainly be voting for Liz Cheney. And as an independent, I will often pick which one of the primaries I'm going to try to make a difference in. And so I do intend to vote in the Republican primary for Liz Cheney. I also am very turned off by the advertising. She'll call Cheney disloyal to our country. That's just not true. You can disagree with her if you want, but she's certainly not disloyal to this country. And saying that she, Hageman will show respect to our veterans, implying that Cheney somehow doesn't show respect to our military veterans. That's just ridiculous. And all of that false advertising to try to make up for her lack of anything else to advertise it about her actual qualifications for the office are insulting.
This was Bill. I loved Bill because Bill reminded me he was like an old school Republican who's just like totally repelled by Trump and everything that has been going on with the party. What do you know about Wyoming? Are there enough of these people to help make it competitive for Liz?
I guess what I know about Wyoming is that it's one of the most Republican states in the country. And if we're just talking sheer math here, it doesn't look good for her. What I'm struck by, just to your points before, Sarah, is that there is an element, and I know I've teased you about this before, but of, hope dies last. There is basically no empirical evidence that I can think of in the polling data and what we know of Wyoming and its demographics and what we know more broadly of the Republican Party at this moment to suggest that someone who has not only opposed Trump but has become a national leader who calls Donald Trump essentially the biggest threat that exists right now to the United States of America. What percentage of the Republican Party today is open to that message, whether in Wyoming or more broadly? I mean, is it even more than single digits in your view?
No, I mean, this is the thing. It is funny. You do tease me. You have taught me two of my favorite expressions that I use all the time. One of them is hope dies last. The other one is the appetite increases while you're eating.
Yes.
Which is like, there's literally no better expression that captures what is going on with Republican voters, with Trump, in terms of how they have come to now crave this combative style of politics. You are just a font of like sad Russian expressions to talk about how dark things are. And look, the problem with Liz is that I'm just too in the tank for her. And so like I want to believe that there's a lot of Bills out there in the world, because her ads, like the way she's running in Wyoming is with this just like straight up appeal to the Constitution. And there is this like independent streak out there, and so you're like,
yes,
I don't know, they don't find that compelling. But then you look and you're like, okay, Donald Trump won Wyoming. It was the biggest margin in the country. Like there's no other state that went more for Trump than Wyoming. And this group, I got to say, was moderated by the fact that we included independents and sort of former Republicans. And so it made the overall group just seem like more moderate. There's like a different expression of opinions. There was actually a great back and forth at one point where there was an older woman and a much younger woman. And the younger woman at some point had said something like, I moved here from a different state, and it's just so frustrating to be in Wyoming because a lot of the systems are broken and nobody wants to change anything because they think Wyoming's so great. And some time goes by and an older woman kind of responds by being like, yes, people from Wyoming don't want things to change, and people who want to come here and change it should go back to where they came from.
Well, look, I think the thing that is striking, and you're right to focus on, Sarah, so I'm tweaking you about it, but it's also true that Liz Cheney is doing something that has become too rare in our politics and is very notable, even in the context of history. That is essentially being willing to blow up her political career on the basis of a principle, a very, very important principle. And I think back to someone like Jeanette Rankin, who was the first woman member of the House of Representatives. She served 2 non-consecutive terms in Congress. She's also from the American West, from Montana, I believe. And she was a pacifist. She voted against World War I, lost her seat, then got back into Congress, voted against World War II, lost her seat. Whatever you think of the stands that she made, that's an example. There's another example, right? The example of Margaret Chase Smith, the very independent-minded but Republican senator from Maine, who was the first in the Republican Party to defy Joseph McCarthy. And it took a very long time, actually, for the Republican Party to catch back up with her. And it was only in the 1954 Army McCarthy hearings that ultimately kind of broke the spell. And McCarthy was a powerful figure, but even he wasn't the president of the United States from their party. So I feel like Cheney is operating in that tradition of American politicians who are actually willing to stake their career on a matter of conscience.
Is it just me, or did you just name 3 women?
I did.
Yeah.
And it was on purpose.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not all women can be these towering figures of integrity, because I want to talk a little bit about Harriet Hageman. Somebody in my shop here, Barry Rubin, watched the Wyoming primary debate and cut a video that kind of broke the internet. The assortment of clowns on the stage is just unbelievable. There were people who literally just could not spit words out. It was just all conspiracy theories. And Harriet Hageman is, to my mind, not much better, but she is the one who has broken out of the pack. She's got Trump's endorsement, and she's the one who's really the main contender. And I may be biased, but I find her about face on Trump particularly repellent, because she was a never Trumper. She wanted to overthrow Trump as the Republican nominee in 2016, and now she's out there touting his endorsement. In fact, just listen to one of her ads that she just started running.
It's time Wyoming stands up and fights for Wyoming. I'm Harriet Hageman, a fourth-generation Wyomingite. I've devoted my career to fighting for our way of life against the unelected bureaucrats in D.C. I believe in fighting for the America First agenda, protecting our constitutional rights, reining in government overreach, standing up for election integrity, and stopping the radical Pelosi-Cheney agenda in D.C. As we so often say here, you are in Wyoming. Act accordingly. I'm Harriet Hageman, and I approve this message.
Okay. So there's a great picture of her. She and Mike Lee were 2 of the ones who at the convention were like really trying to stop this guy from being the nominee back in 2016. And so she's pretty gross, but she is leaning hard on a thing that I think is working, which is 4th generation Wyoming. But I do think there's like a latent sense of the Cheneys kind of being carpetbaggers and people not feeling like they're true, real Wyomingites. Tell me what you think of Hageman.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point. What you hear in that ad from Hageman is basically very simple tribalism. She's not one of us.
Yes.
She's not one of us. She's not welcome here. And essentially, in general, our politics has devolved back into some pretty brute partisanship and group membership type appeals recently, as the relative importance of policy or of members of Congress actually doing their jobs has declined, and the significance of tribal membership and, team sports has basically once again come to the fore. These are almost more like parliamentary elections in that sense, party over everything. And then you have this notion of Wyoming identity. So that comes through loud and clear. But I have to say, I'm amazed that you can still summon the outrage at a Republican flip-flopping from not wanting Donald Trump to supporting him almost to fanatic cult-like degrees, because that's basically the entire Republican Party. In 2016, none of them wanted Trump. He was a minority of a minority candidate in 2016, and the party was united. It was united against him, and he managed to win anyways. All of these elected officials were against Donald Trump, and then they were for him. Look at Mark Meadows, the guy who helped to facilitate the big lie. He was against Donald Trump. They all were against Donald Trump. The only guy who was for Donald Trump, basically, in Congress in the 2016 election was Jeff Sessions. Mm-hmm. And look at what happened to him.
Yeah, he can't get those tire tracks off his back. Oh, man. These phonies. But this message does seem to be resonating with these voters. Let's listen to some of them, but these are the less Cheney-friendly people in the group who are leaning more toward Hageman.
I know she's endorsed by Trump, so they have a lot of similar views. That seems to be the big thing that they advertise. She practices law, grew up on a ranch, so she's been around Wyoming. She kind of knows our state quite a bit.
The only impression I've got is she's a lawyer And the last people we need writing laws are lawyers. If a law can get screwed up, it's a lawyer will do it. Last thing we need is more legislation.
I think she's very conservative. I could care less about the Trump. I don't know how much, obviously a little bit, but I think her being from Wyoming, a ranching family, that's what Wyoming is. And I think a lot of politicians want to go and rub elbows, and I feel like she wants to get in there and fight for the right thing.
So she's kind of winning on this conversation about like she's from Wyoming. Although I did want to include that clip in the middle from one Kanye West voter. And that was this independent guy who hated Harriet Hageman for being a lawyer, but also was probably going to vote for her because Cheneys were Cheneys and just so sick of Cheneys. And I think that it's been interesting to watch the evolution because at some point the Cheney name was helpful to her, but it's been recontextualized, and so now it's a drag on her. But I want to go back to the theme from Hageman's ad, this idea you talked about, the tribalism. You know, she said, you were in Wyoming, act accordingly, which I guess is a thing they say out there, and I don't really know quite what it means. It sounds vaguely threatening. So I did another focus group in Wyoming last year, and these were all just straight up Trump voters. It wasn't a mixed group like this one. And I remember there was this awesome rant that this guy went on where he was so mad about the grocery carts that they had put in the new grocery store because they had cup holders for your Starbucks. There was a Starbucks in the store. And he was like, that is not Wyoming. That is not real Wyoming. And he was like irate about the coffee cups. You know, he's like, who needs to drink coffee while they're shopping? And so this group was different. That group was a good reminder to me about how place is extremely important to them. And they are annoyed by like even though I think it's like a minor influx of people from California and other places that are moving into the state, but they are very focused on this idea of Wyoming values. And I'm actually just going to play one last set before we wrap up that is people talking about these Wyoming values.
Back in 2016 when she first started running, it was, you know, oh yeah, I'm Wyoming. I'm from Wyoming. I live here. And then, you know, her husband gets a ticket for buying a in-state fishing license. You know, she moves back to Jackson. Jackson is not Wyoming. Cody is losing it. Sheridan is losing it. They are not Wyoming anymore.
I can't open my mailbox up without getting something from Liz Cheney. So obviously she's got a lot more money, and that puts her out there more, which I think is a shame. I think it's a shame when people move to Wyoming, you know it's a conservative state, and you want to change what they have here. Then why did you come here? You should accept how Wyoming is. And I agree with the small town and how they think, and they don't want new people. And I agree with all that. Then go back to where you came from.
Yes, I had referenced that exchange earlier, but I would say that woman felt pretty representative. She would have fit in nicely with the other focus group, because I think it's funny about focus groups. Sometimes people ask like why I only do Trump voters and I don't put in like Trump Biden voters together. The experience is so different. Like people, either they fight or they're too polite when they've got dissenting views. They are much more forthright when you put them all together. But I would say she is pretty representative of the way a lot of Wyomingites feel, especially older ones who've been there in the state who are much more likely to vote. I think Hageman is hitting the right instincts on people of Cheney being an outsider, even though she's been a congressperson now for multiple cycles. Wrapping that up with the attacks against Trump, I think is pretty much, not sure how she overcomes that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty effective. But I have to say, right, listening to that woman in the focus group, it is kind of chilling. Message very clearly received. You're not welcome here, whoever you are. We don't want outsiders and this group identity. And it's part of what powered the Trump phenomenon. You and I saw a number of groups, and you've seen even more over time than I have, where it really was that immigration framing that Trump had of America first, and this idea of who belongs in his definition and their definition of America. And that really was the most powerful motivator for the core of his constituency, and remains, I think, an animating focus, the grievance of this category of Republican voters who really sees their membership in their group under threat, whether that's defined as a geographic entity like a state of Wyoming or a political party. But they want to control who gets to be inside and who should remain on the outside. And they want to throw Liz Cheney out. She's an apostate. She has betrayed the group in their view. And I think that's pretty powerful, pretty elemental stuff that they're trying to summon in this primary.
I think that's exactly right. And I'll just note that in the previous Wyoming group, it was one of the first times this had happened, but I was moderating and they kind of like turned on me at the end. We were talking a lot about January 6th, and they were very clear that they thought January 6th was an inside job and or Black Lives Matter, Antifa. And I was kind of gently pushing back on it. And one of the guys said, well, if it was Trump voters, where were all the guns? Why weren't there all the guns there? And at the end, they were like, who did you vote for? And they were just like very suspicious of my motives, which is fine. And I said, well, I'm one of these rhinos you guys keep talking about. And like, they started being like, so you don't think Black Lives Matter were the ones who stormed the Capitol? And I was like, I do not. And so I think Liz may not win Wyoming, even if she's won my heart for her principled stand here. It's going to be tough. But just to loop back to our initial conversation where we started, I think the fact that having voted for impeachment now, which goes back 19 months, seems to still be the defining thing that will determine whether these candidates can win or lose in their primaries, I think speaks to that. Even if you wish cast Trump's grip on the party slipping, it's still plenty firm in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think that is the important point to begin and end on. It is a Republican Party that in some important ways is unrecognizable from the Republican Party of 5 or 10 years ago. And things can change, but there's no indication right now to suggest that the trajectory is going to abruptly reverse itself, certainly not anytime in the short term.
And with that, with another depressing ending to the Focus Group podcast, Susan Glasser, thank you so much for being on. It was wonderful to talk to you. Thanks to all of you for listening. We will be back next week, and we will do this all again. See ya. Everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and this week we are covering 2 of the wildest GOP gubernatorial primaries of 2022, one in Michigan and one in Arizona. We're going to hear how Trump 2020 voters in these states are feeling about their choices, and I'm going to complain about people framing both races as there being an establishment candidate versus a sort of MAGA Trumpy candidate, because even these so-called normal candidates are still election questioners and pretty extreme. My guest today is the great Tim Alberta, staff writer at The Atlantic and author of American Carnage, a history of the Republican Party in the 21st century leading up to Donald Trump. Hey, Tim, thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me, Sarah. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Do you love a good focus group as much as I do?
I actually do love a good focus group. And in fact, I've had a couple of opportunities to conduct them informally just in my own reporting over the years, just convening 5 or 6 people when possible, where possible. And it's great. It's like, there's nothing like that feeling when you can sort of sit back and just let the dynamic play out between them and sort of let them air things that they might not be willing to tell you otherwise as a neutral observer. And frankly, I was really impressed with Megan running these things. She did such an excellent job. I just thought the whole presentation was utterly compelling. And if you had put it on primetime, I would have watched it.
Yeah, you know, my moderator, Megan, is the bomb. I got asked last weekend on Brian Stelter. He was like, you know, you're an anti-Trump Republican. Like, how do we know you're not leading these voters? And I had never been asked that. I was like, well, you know, I don't moderate these groups. And so I was kind of casting around for an answer. But what I should have said is that, like, hey, we have people who sit in and watch these all the time. And so if we were leading them to these conclusions, first of all, A, somebody would call us out because people are always watching them. And B, if I could lead these people to a conclusion, it would be that Liz Cheney is the greatest thing that ever happened. And as best I can tell, no one's saying that in the groups. So listen, when you say that you conduct your own focus groups, it's because you're there in Michigan, right? That's where you live. That's where you're from.
That's right. Yep. From Michigan, back in Michigan now after a 12-year stay over in Washington, D.C.
Well, so last week, Susan Glasser was on the pod, and we were talking about all the impeachers, and you have one of those impeachers there in your state, Peter Meijer, and he's on the ballot on Tuesday. This election is coming up, and so you wrote a piece about him last December, which detailed why he took that impeachment vote, and then how he's kind of shifted his focus away from it throughout 2021. I think the subhead on your piece was, he thought he could lead the Republican Party away from the abyss. Now he laughs at his own naivete, which I love. You had a similar kind of piece about Will Hurd that I also really liked. So Meyer's run to the right to kind of hang on. He's out with an ad trumpeting that he canceled a drag show in the building he owns. What do you think his prospects are? Do you think he can hang on here? And what do you make of how he's handled himself in his post-impeachment primary?
So to the second question first, he's certainly made a real effort, a concerted effort to de-emphasize, decentralize to his political identity the impeachment vote and make clear to the people of his district in Michigan, particularly the Republican voters out in West Michigan, who are pretty conservative folks, to say, look, I am fighting the Biden administration on X, Y, and Z, and I'm fighting folks in my own party, but not on this stuff that you may have heard about on the news. I'm fighting the big spending, big government establishment folks in my party. He's really undertaken quite a sustained effort here in the past calendar year to kind of brand himself in a way that could not be perceived as anti-Trump, as moderate, as anyone who might be sort of out of step with the MAGA agenda. Really, the only time he'll talk about January 6th or talk about impeachment is when he's asked about it, when it's brought up. And to his credit, he doesn't shirk away from it in those instances. But to say that he does not lead with it would be quite an understatement. I mean, you would never know if you followed him around for a couple of days and just watched him interact with voters and talk to different groups. You would never know that January 6th was just this deeply scarring event for him. You would never know that he voted for impeachment because it's just something that's never going to come up unless he's pressed on it. And so that's been a bit of a rebranding act, as it were. And I think that it's not been terribly effective because everybody in his district knows the vote that he took on January 13th, and they know that he voted to impeach. And I think that it puts him in a really tricky spot in his primary. And I think there's a very good chance that he loses. And if he does lose, I think the question that he'll have to wrestle with a little bit, publicly or privately, is, should he have just owned it and sort of made it a part of his case to voters? I don't know that that would have been politically advantageous whatsoever. But I think there's certainly an argument that, listen, if you're going to go down swinging and make the case that you want to make.
Does he wear it awkwardly, kind of this move to the right to try to stay within the zeitgeist of where the voters are going in his state? Because I love Peter Meijer. He's one of my favorites. One of my favorite things about your writing is that you've really made a study of all my past favorite Republicans, the Nikki Haley's, the Will Hurds. These are the people I thought was going to be the future of the Republican Party that I was interested in. And even people like Elise Stefanik, and they've all now scattered into sort of different fragmentations of the MAGA wing. But Meijer, I always really admired. And so does he wear it awkwardly, trying to kind of hang in there? What is his affect like?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I don't know that it's awkward necessarily to just the average listener or the average observer. But at the same time, when he goes in and speaks to a group full of Republicans, particularly in the context of a primary, if he's talking to a local party, county party activists, these people know, right? I mean, some of them voted to reprimand him formally after his vote for impeachment. So these people know. It's not like you're getting one over on them. And that was sort of a bit of a push and pull in our conversations over a long period last summer when I was following him around the district and writing about him, is it's not as though any of these people have forgotten. And I think his whole thought process, which is defensible to some degree, is like, I'm not going to just shove this down their throat. If they want to have a conversation with me about it, okay, I'll have a conversation, even if it's a pretty restrained version of the conversation, because he's not trying to antagonize anyone. But at a certain point, like, is there a middle ground between this sort of Cheneyan, Kinzigerian, if that's a word, approach to this versus the Meyer approach, which has really been to sort of just distance himself from it and really let's just sort of agree to disagree, where with Cheney and Kinzinger, they're like, no, we're not going to agree to disagree. Like, this is a fundamental threat to our democratic institutions. And if you don't see it that way, then I'm going to have to keep working on you until you do see it that way. Meyer has taken completely the opposite approach. And I wouldn't say it's awkward necessarily. I would say that it's like maybe a little bit less than genuine, because
that's what I mean. Yeah, like, is it inauthentic? Yeah.
It is inauthentic just because, and again, this is a credit to Meyer in some way, like, you just know how he feels about it personally. Listen, this is a really, really smart guy. This is a really earnest guy, a guy who I enjoyed. I so infrequently do I actually enjoy spending time talking with a politician. And I do enjoy talking with Meyer. I think he's a really decent fellow. And yet he, I think, has been really struggling to figure out how he can thread this impossible needle, which is feeling privately very, very strongly, very passionately about January 6th and about the impeachment vote, and messaging it in a way that is sort of not antagonistic and not going to alienate primary voters back home. And how do you do that? You know, it's inevitably going to come off as a little bit inauthentic.
Yeah, so I know I have to get into the sound here in the groups, but I just have to ask you one other question. Because you have made this study of, you know, the Will Hurds and the Nikki Haley's, what do you make of what's happening to the Republican Party, where, like, all of these sort of semi-moderates, the kind of people who would have looked at what Donald Trump was doing and say, hey, this is insane, we shouldn't go in this direction. But what do you make of what's happening, even if it's just Republican Party in Michigan or the Republican Party in general, that, you know, these guys, like, he very well may lose? Like, what's happening?
So I think my theory today is largely unchanged from my theory 5 summers ago, which is not to say that I'm all seeing or all knowing or anything like that, but I think it's pretty simple and it hasn't changed all that much, which is that individually, people in general, and particularly people in politics, are very weak, and that their only strength tends to come in numbers. And in the spring and summer of 2016, there was ample opportunity. And frankly, of course, there was ample opportunity long before that point, but there was ample opportunity for any number of these Republicans who would give you chapter and verse about all their misgivings about Trump and his behavior and his rhetoric and how immoral he was and how they didn't want to be in a TV shot with him when he visited their district, all these things, right? Like, the whole thing. But they would tell you that individually. And then you say, well, why don't you do something about it? And they're like, well, I'm not going to stick my head above the foxhole and get it blown off, right? I'm not going to paint that individual target on my back. Then you would say, well, but there are a number of you who feel this way. Why don't you band together? Why don't you all hold hands and jump at the same time, right? Like, that would seem to be the safety in numbers thing. And they have, Sarah, just from the day he came down the escalator until the day the Capitol was sacked and beyond, they have refused to join hands and jump together. It's just not something, I don't know if it's a psychological thing, a spiritual thing, whatever. It's just not something that any of these folks have been willing to do. And my view of it is that none of this is fundamentally going to change until you do see some critical mass of these Republicans, whatever their ideological predispositions. Like, it's not really about where they fall on the party's identity spectrum. It's really just more about some of these core values around small d democratic norms and whether they're willing to stand up for them and fight for them. And in doing so, establish that Trumpism falls outside the bounds of what is acceptable in this country. I just don't see any of them willing to organize in that way. And that's what it's going to take ultimately.
Yeah, and the reason that they're unwilling to organize in that way has a lot to do with the voters and what the voters want, right? That's why they don't want to put their head up over the foxhole. But so let's talk about the voters. I've been doing a lot of focus groups since the January 6th hearings began, and I've kind of been all over the TVs talking about our findings because they've been pretty striking, where prior to the January 6th hearings, we were usually seeing like a typical Trump voter group. You'd get about half or more of the group who'd say they want to see Trump run again in 2024. Since the hearings began, we had 4 groups in which they were goose eggs, you know, nobody wanting Trump to run again. I think we did 9 total. 4 of the 9 Nobody wanted him to run again. And then in the other groups, a couple people here and there. This Michigan group that we just did, though, was the most pro-Trump group that we had done since the hearings began. There was 5 out of 13 of the people wanted Trump to run again from the two groups. But one of the things that's coming through, and it came through in this group and it's come through in many of the others, is the reason that they're starting to wane on the idea of him running is because it's just a pure electability call. Like, they think that he might not be able to win. And I think that's the big effect that these hearings have had. Let's listen to what they said.
So my problem is I like him, but I need a candidate who can win. And I don't think he can win.
He's too polarizing. And I don't feel he's electable right now in the current state of where we're at. And I think that if he were to get in there, it's just going to be 4 more years of agitation of every time you turn on the television or you look at your computer, you're going to see, and this is what the president did last night.
I support Trump because I know what he believes in, so I know what I'm getting. I just don't know if I would. I'll put it to you this way. If DeSantis were to run in his place, we would get an intellectually better speaking, more mature type president, I think. Whereas Donald has a thought in here and it comes out here, and it doesn't always make everybody happy what he says, and he gets himself into trouble there. But I think his heart is in the right place. I think what he's doing, he does, like I said, America first. He tries to check all the boxes to make things better in this country instead of worrying about other countries first, kind of like what they're doing now. I support Trump until the time comes where I have to choose somebody else.
Tim, where do you come down on the great "is Trump's grip on the GOP slipping" debate?
Well, I think it has to be measured in really small increments, which is to say that two things can be true at the same time. That yes, the January 6th hearings are affecting him insofar as they are affecting perceptions of his electability and of his viability as a general election candidate. And what's also true is that a majority of Republican voters are still very favorable in their perception of Trump. One could say still a majority of the party would consider themselves to be sort of Trump Republicans. And even as that latter number continues to diminish, this is why I'm saying it has to be measured in increments, because it's easy to forget that he only left office a year and a half ago. So this thing can take some time. Now, of course, in a normal circumstance, when you're talking about a former president and the way in which recent history may recall them and how their numbers with the public are affected, 1 year out of office, 2 years out of office, 5 years out of office, and so on, most of those folks aren't turning around and trying to run for president again. So it's very possible, I think, that some of the erosion, however marginal it is, some of the erosion that we see in Trump's support among self-ID'd Republicans, that it could rebound very quickly if and when he announces that he's a candidate for the presidency. If and when he is sort of back front and center on Fox News 3, 4, 5 days a week and driving the conversation on social media, I'm not of the opinion that this movement is inexorable, even though it is at this point been on not a super sharp trajectory, but still discernible. I don't think for a second that that's just an inexorable trend that's never going to turn around. So it seems to me that when you do have people acknowledging in these focus groups, and I talk with voters, around the country about this every day, as much as I possibly can, you do have a lot of folks acknowledging that they think he's damaged goods, that they think he may no longer be electable, that the country just hates him so much. And that sort of gives them plausible deniability to say, let's turn the page, right? Let's maybe look for something new. But again, though, Sarah, I would come back to what I said a few minutes ago, which is that until you have some critical mass of Republicans who are willing to come out and support somebody challenging Trump, and I don't just mean that it has to happen organically at the ground level. I mean, I'm talking of like prominent Republican officials, former elected officials, media personalities, right-wing influencers. Like, you have to have people who are willing to stand up to Trump and throw their weight behind whoever it is, DeSantis or Haley or Pence or anybody else who's running. Until that happens, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to actually say, yes, the party is beginning to turn the page on Trump.
Bro, I really agree with that analysis 100%, especially all these concerns about electability. And this is one of the reasons I think he might announce early. People always cite sort of like the legal problems and the investigations that are ongoing. I just think he's probably got pollsters and his own qualitative people who are running focus groups, and they're seeing this happen. And Trump's like, I got to get there and pull my people back in. And the other thing, in these groups, DeSantis pops all the time. And which is remarkable that people all over the country sort of know who the governor of Florida is. But we don't know what these guys look like on a stage with Trump. And we don't know what Trump looks like on a stage with these people, so many years later. Is he the same guy? Can he just gut them the way that he did with Marco and Christie and all these guys? Can DeSantis go toe-to-toe with it? All those dynamics are in play, and I still think he's the odds-on favorite in a Republican primary. But I want to turn to Arizona, which we have been watching extremely closely. There's a tight primary going on where this very crazy stop-the-steal sort of media personality, Kari Lake, is in a knife fight with a just slightly less MAGA person, Karen Robeson. This race has also become a proxy fight between Trump and Pence because Trump has endorsed Kari Lake and Pence has endorsed Robeson. Lake is the front runner and has been the whole time. There's been polling that suggests she's running away with this race, and then others have shown the race tightening. So let's listen to a few nuggets from Lake here.
You could say Biden won the presidency kind of like OJ is innocent. It's the same kind of... We will not stand for another stolen election. That's right. No, we won't stand for it. If there's going to be hell to pay if they try it. And we're working right now. We're already detecting some fraud. I love talking to President Trump. I just talked to him on Friday. And he said, I love talking to you, Kari, because no matter what question I ask you, no matter what topic we're talking about, you always veer it over and talk about our corrupt election. Because we have to be the people letting everyone know what happened in that election, because the media is not doing it.
Okay. Kari Lake, have you been following her? Have you watched her much?
I sure have. In fact,
she's something, huh?
She is something. I was on a pretty long reporting trip in Arizona last month, in fact, and yeah, she is something else. And listen, we've got a lot of Republicans running for different offices at different places who are detached from reality, and oftentimes we just sort of shrug and kind of move on to the next. But I think with her, she's so fascinating because of her own political evolution and because of the very real questions around whether this is complete performance art and whether she actually believes any of this stuff she's saying. I mean, she's actually called for people to be executed, right? And then you talk to people who know her and who have known her for years, and they're like, this is nothing like the individual who we knew. It's really puzzling and really fascinating in the most morbid way possible.
Yeah, well, let's listen to what some of the voters, these GOP primary voters in Arizona, think about Kari Lake.
I have eliminated her. I went to her website to learn a little bit more about her, and she is one of those, I'm going to fix Arizona's economy, but I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to do it. It's just a crapshoot, believe me. And I need more, please.
I know very little about her. I wasn't living here when she was on television, but, just screaming that Trump endorsed me isn't going to move the needle for me. It's got to be a little more substance, the way I feel about her.
I basically grew up on Kari Lake, right? I just watched her all the time back in the day when I was actually watching the news. And as far as the politics, it's more like a wait and see, but it seems to me appears to be that she's really about protecting individual freedoms and rights, which is what I'm all about. Also, too, she's been in this arena for a long time. And then so I know she probably has some dirt on people, really knows things ins and outs, right, working in that industry. So I think she brings that kind of perspective as opposed to the traditional politics, whatever. So we'll see.
I really like her, and I think she's a spitfire. She knows how to handle the media because she comes from the media. I have to be honest, I haven't done a lot of research, but I have seen her interviewed, and I think her platform is good. It's strong. Even if she were involved in the Democrat Party at some point, people can change. And I think that the Democrat Party has been going over the cliff at 150 miles an hour. Most rational, normal people would turn away from some of their policies. So I don't think it's that unusual for someone to make that transition.
So, a little bit of a mixed bag. Some people like her, some people don't. What's funny to me about the attacks from Lake, from Pence, who's endorsed Robeson, is that, he's not focusing on her insane stop the steal rhetoric or this crazy things about executing people, wanting to not certify elections, that she's already talking about fraud, but it's this idea that she's a closet liberal. So do you think that Pence's endorsement is helpful for Robeson? And what do you think of this tactic of turning Lake into a secret liberal to convince primary voters to vote for the slightly more normal candidate?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. I don't know that Pence is going to hurt her, but I certainly don't think he's going to help her. In other words, there's a possibility of a net negative, but really not much of a possibility of a net positive. Now, there's a possibility of a net positive for Pence, of course, which is that if she wins, then Pence is declared by the media as the winner of this proxy war, and there are more headlines about Trump's grip on the party slipping, et cetera, et cetera. But for the candidate herself, I don't know that Pence moves the needle in the positive direction one iota. It is fascinating, to your point, that it is potentially far more disqualifying in the eyes of Republican voters now to be a closet liberal or to even be a former Democrat than it is to be someone who engages in the most wild-eyed, baseless, and in some cases sort of outwardly hostile and threatening conspiracy theories imaginable about our electoral process. They don't really mind that much. But the fact that she is a closet liberal, or the fact that, as the first lady said in the clip, that she doesn't have specifics for her economic policies on her website, that is really damaging.
Yeah.
And that's just like, wow, what a great window into the party right now.
All right, well, let's hear what they think about Karen Robeson.
I don't know that much about her, except for that she did work in the Reagan administration. I absolutely hated her first ads, which were completely negative. Those ads made such a horrible impression on me because it just went boom, right for the throat from out the gate without really saying anything about herself and what she stood for.
I can't make up anything about her. I really don't know much about her.
In my house, we just talked about her this morning. And again, I hate to keep harping on this, but I went to her website in effort to learn more about her, and she has big plans, but absolutely no framework on her website as to how she will accomplish these goals she wants to do. And this remains a big point of contention for me across the board on all candidates.
I appreciate this woman who keeps going to people's websites to try to figure out what they think. So in this head-to-head, what do you think's going to happen here? And even like thinking about the focus groups, thinking about your reporting there, do you think that Kari Lake, who's kind of been leading this whole time, do you think she's got it? Or do you think Karen Robeson can pull this out and win one for team slightly less crazy?
My sense is that Lake's going to win, and I think that it probably has echoes of Trump 2016 in that, having sort of universal name ID in a community. You heard one of the folks in your focus group say, like, I grew up on Kari Lake, right? I mean, I heard that same thing from a number of people when I was out there. Like, this is somebody who was in your living room every night for years and years and years. I was talking with a Democratic operative who was describing to me the slip in the Latino community out there and how he's got friends and family members who are starting to vote Republican now, having been Democrats their entire life. And he was telling me how a number of them are voting for Kari Lake, and it has nothing to do with any of her policies, but they all know Kari Lake. They feel like they know her. She's such a familiar face, and you just can't measure that in politics, right? It goes so far. That's why people still joke about The Rock running for president, right? And he'd probably be viable because he's so well known. He's so visible. And so I do think that even aside from the ideological stuff, I think that she just has such a huge advantage in that department that she's going to wind up winning.
Yeah, I agree. And I got to tell you, when I started doing the focus groups way back in, I want to say 18, I was trying to figure out why the Republicans liked Donald Trump so much. Why did they vote for this guy? I had never watched The Apprentice. And when the groups were talking about him, like, they'd all watched The Apprentice. Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump had just been this figure. They didn't think of him as crazy. They actually thought of him kind of like almost as a moderate, because he was this carefully curated businessman on their TVs. And like the thing that you just said about you cannot calculate this is one of the great lessons that I have learned. It's the reason that I think Trump has been out there endorsing people like Herschel Walker and Dr. Oz, because this idea of people just being a familiar face, like that can carry you a long way. I think you're totally right. So let's say it's Kari Lake. Do you think that that imperils Republicans' chances in the general? Or do you think, as you just said, that just the familiarity that she has in the state can help propel her to a general election win, despite her ideas being quite outside the mainstream in a swing state like Arizona?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, right? We're going to see Republicans lose some races this fall that they should otherwise win because they've nominated people who are, to put it so gently, outside of the political mainstream. That's a real thing. It's going to happen. I still expect this to be a very good year for Republicans, but there's no question. I mean, we've seen this movie before. We saw it in 10, we saw it in 12. I think we even saw it in 14 in a couple of House races. Like, this is just what Republicans have done in recent history, and they're going to do it again this fall. With Lake, though, listen, we are constantly taking for granted just how little most Americans pay attention to any of this stuff. I mean, you and I know that Kari Lake has been saying this crazy stuff and that she is like at the tip of the spear in many ways of the sort of extreme election denier movement. And yet, when you watch that focus group, what did everybody say about her? To the extent that they had concerns, it had nothing to do with any of that. It was about her economic policy, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know that if she's the nominee, when it comes time for the general election, yes, Democrats will spend heavily and they will pump out tens of millions of dollars in attacks on TV and in the mail and on social, painting her as an extremist. But are those ads going to effectively reach the persuadables in the middle of the electorate? Or are they just going to be trying to mobilize a Democratic base that in a state like Arizona is a little bit depressed right now, particularly relative to the Hispanic community? I don't want to get too far into the weeds there, but like, I don't think that Lake is Mastriano in Pennsylvania. I think that these are very different dynamics, both extreme, both in some ways pushing the electability test to its limits. But I think whereas in Pennsylvania, it's going to really bite Republicans, I don't know that it necessarily will in Arizona. I think it's a different set of dynamics there. And I actually think there's a pretty decent puncher's chance that she's the next governor.
Yikes. Okay, well, I want to stick with this theme of electability because while it didn't come up as much in the Arizona group, in the Michigan group, there was sort of a different dynamic where the front runner is a woman named Tudor Dixon. This is in the governor's race, and she is the quote-unquote normal candidate, even though many of her views are quite extreme. She wants to ban abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest. And she's got all this DeVos money, big money family from Michigan. But our focus group seems to think that she was the most electable this fall. And in fact, because of early voting, there were 3 people in the group who had already voted for Dixon. There were 2 more who planned to vote for her. And there was only one guy who'd voted for the second place candidate, Kevin Rinke, who's like a car dealership owner. Let's listen to some of them talk about Tudor Dixon.
She kind of does what I do. You ask me a question, I'm going to tell you the answer, whether you like it or not. Sorry. I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I don't think that that's necessary.
She's a businesswoman, which I like. She's successful, married, got 4 kids. You know, she seems to know what she's talking about. And I'm sick of politicians. I want to see business people run the state and the country like a business. That's what it is. The politicians want to spend our money. You know, they have a good time on our dime. They forget that they work for us. They do forget that. And what kills me is that they just go and spend the money frivolously. And, you know, it's just, there has to be some accountability. I don't see it with politicians.
I think we need a woman to run against a woman.
Yeah.
From what I've heard, she's great. Businesswoman again. Soldado might be a little too conservative to get the nominee.
So you're there in Michigan. What do you think? Do you think Tudor Dixon is the most electable? I love when people say these things like we need a woman to beat a woman. I want to ask then about the Whitmer matchup, but do you think Tudor Dixon's the most electable?
So I have learned the hard way, I think, in recent years to be really careful with how I measure electability, because I do think that, like, at the end of the day, the fundamentals of a general election environment matter a lot more than the individual nominees. And that's not true in every single case, but it's generally true. So, which is to say that, like, once you get the nomination, in most cases, not all, but in 95% of these cases, all bets are off, right? So, like, is Tudor Dixon more electable than Kevin Rinke? How do you really measure that? Like, is it possible that if we looked at a general election ballot, that she might pull 1.3% of the vote more from persuadable moderates than Kevin Rinke? Sure, that's possible. But, like, at the end of the day, I don't know that, because, as you mentioned, she does have some extreme views on certain things, particularly abortion. I don't know that Democrats would have any easier of a time beating up on Kevin Rinke or any of these other candidates than they would on her. So ultimately, I think the race in Michigan this fall is much more about the fundamentals, about Biden's approval rating, about Whitmer's approval rating, certainly, and about sort of what the backlash looks like, not from the Republican base necessarily, but from independents and moderates, and Biden 2020 voters. What did they do? I think that that's going to go much longer in sort of determining the outcome than, what Tudor Dixon's views are on a specific set of issues. I know that's a bit of a cop-out of an answer. Now, Ryan Kelly would be the one exception to this because he was arrested by the FBI and because he was trying to breach the Capitol on January 6th. And I do think that there would be a statistically significant diminishing of the Republican vote from the top of the ticket down. That's why Republicans all across the state don't want to see him get the nomination and have kind of worked back channels to try and prevent that from happening. But I feel like with the others, they're all existing in the same little basket.
Yeah, we're going to hit Kelly in a second, but the fact that they all were talking about electability in this group, that seems to come up. The more that they hate the Democrat, right, the more they start thinking about, like, okay, well, what's the best way to beat them? And they do their own political analysis. But why is beating Whitmer so animating for people in the state? Like, what do people think about her?
Whitmer obviously was the boogeyman during COVID. It was in no particular order. It was Anthony Fauci and Gretchen Whitmer, and that was the list. And I think on many folks' lists here, Whitmer was number one and Fauci was number two. There were extreme policies enacted here, shutting down businesses and keeping public spaces closed for prolonged periods of time, much more so than in neighboring states. And I think that, objectively speaking, there was not the sort of return on that to support some of the decisions that were made by Whitmer. And so she's paid a political cost for that. There's no question. I don't know that in any other state you have the sort of animus in the opposing party's base that you do here among Republicans toward Whitmer. I think there's just a sense that she was sort of arrogant in her approach to the COVID policies, that she was a little bit patronizing, a little bit condescending, and that she was just very, very heavy-handed. Now, again, as somebody who spent time with her in the early stages of COVID and wrote about sort of how she was handling it, I'm a little bit more charitable in my view that, like, Michigan had like the third highest death rate there for a little while. She's watching like tens of thousands of people in her state die, and nobody knows what the heck is going on at first. And she's trying to do her best. And so she probably figured to err on the side of being way, way, way too cautious. And ultimately, as I said, she's paid a price for that. But it's hard to measure and hard to quantify, I think, just how visceral the response was, not just in like the hardcore conservative circles in Michigan politics, but I think among a lot of your Chamber of Commerce country club Republicans in Oakland County, the folks who were generally very, very moderate and would not be fired up about many of the culture wars, who were like all in on getting rid of Whitmer. That's what maybe adds a bit of a differentiator here.
One of the other things that I found pretty interesting in this group is Dixon gets accused. I watched some of the Michigan primary debates, and she was being accused of being the establishment candidate. And one of the things that is notable about her is she's being backed by DeVos money. And the voters didn't seem to care about that much, which is weird because there's like a real, anti-establishment streak. But maybe it was because DeVos was on Trump's cabinet, although she resigned after January 6th. But I mean, it's sort of like this with Teal, too. There's just like people don't seem mad that there's big tech money backing these candidates. Were you surprised that they didn't care about the DeVos money?
No, not really, because it is, to your point about Theo, right? It's sort of baked into the perceptions now that all of these people have a sugar daddy or a sugar mama or both, and that all of them are being bankrolled by some billionaire somewhere with deep pockets and a kind of long game that they're playing. So not really. And in fact, in Michigan, I mean, you can't think of a major Republican and or conservative initiative for the past 20 years, it hasn't been bankrolled by the DeVosses. So I was actually a little surprised. There were a couple people who said they hadn't heard of the DeVosses, especially since she was in the president's cabinet and there's such a known commodity here. And that probably speaks to just some basic civics deficiencies that, of course, that's always, for me, sort of the common denominator when you walk away from one of these things and you're like, wow, some of these people are going to vote, huh? Interesting. Because there's just an underwhelming amount of investment in some of the issues and some of the people here.
Yeah, it's why I love doing focus groups, because it keeps me really grounded in like how much people often don't know, how much the stuff that we talk about just does not seep in to a lot of just kind of average voters. I do just want to talk about the rest of the field really quickly, because these are a lot of nutty candidates, but specifically Ryan Kelly, who you were talking about before, who was arrested by the FBI for his actions on January 6th. He says he didn't go into the Capitol, but he was part of the mob pushing past the police barricades. I want to listen just for a second to him talk about his arrest and then the voters talking about his arrest.
Look how hard these people are trying to silence me. They're not trying to silence any of the rest of you. I got arrested. I got kicked off Airbnb.
It just shows me what he'll do. I mean, what lengths he would go to maybe show everyone what he supports maybe, or where he's at when it comes to, say, for example, that particular day. He seems to be using a little bit of a campaign message, almost like he stands for something, which I guess that's true. I don't know if it would be a positive thing for your campaign.
The media would use it as a negative. If he earned the nomination.
Exactly, the media.
Because the media does that.
So I've been watching this race closely, and in part, one of the things that fascinated me was after his arrest, Kelly jumped to the front of the pack. He was leading for a while, and it seemed to be that him being arrested for this was actually helping him. Subsequently, kind of dropped back, it seems like, to the middle of the pack. But what does it say to you that it's a net plus for people to get arrested by the FBI these days?
Yeah, I think if he had some money behind him, you need the 3 M's in every campaign, right? You need the money, the muscle, and the message. And maybe he's got the one of the 3 with the message, right? Because obviously it resonated, his arrest and his capitalizing it in the immediate aftermath of the arrest proved that there's some real potency to the message. But you have to have the money and the muscle campaign-wise to take advantage of a moment like that, and he obviously didn't. I think the thing that could have changed it was Trump coming out right away and using that opportunity to say, you know what, I stand with this guy, I endorse this guy. That could have changed the entire race. I think it probably would have changed the entire race, and Trump didn't do that, obviously. My favorite answer from the entire Michigan, and there were a number of them, I was ranking my favorite answers, but my favorite answer was the clip you played a moment ago where the one gentleman said, his participation in the January 6th insurrection was, his way of showing that he'll kind of do whatever he has to do as governor, right? He's willing to go above and beyond to get things done. And it's really, he's willing to try to invade the Capitol to get things done. He's willing to break all kinds of federal laws. And yeah, I mean, it's just that was an amazing, I rewound it and watched it 2 more times just to make sure I understood what he was trying to say. It's one of those moments where you just, you're reminded that for many people, it would not be a negative. It would not diminish him in any way. It would actually enhance his stature and give him more credibility. And fortunately, it looks as though that's not going to be the case for any meaningful plurality of Michigan primary voters. But let's keep in mind that, Michigan Republicans will have on the general election ballot candidates for Secretary of State and Attorney General who are wildly out of the mainstream, both election deniers, both people who have lied and lied and lied and lied repeatedly about what's gone on around the election and around January 6th. And so I think in some way, bringing it full circle all the way back to the electability discussion, Sarah, the damage is done in some respects here. Part of the reason that Republicans have been freaking out here for the past 4, 5, 6 months is that once you have people on the statewide ballot who are going to start pulling you down, even if it's just one candidate, it can be really damaging. But when you have more than one candidate, once you get into the point where you've got an AG candidate and a Secretary of State candidate, both of whom are viewed as radical, extreme candidates, that is going to affect Republican vote share all the way down the ticket. So that's why I just don't know the conversation about like Rinke versus Dixon versus some of the other gubernatorial candidates. Their electability feels less important at this point because the Republican ticket is already sort of crippled by electability questions further down the ballot.
Well, what do you think, though? Whitmer's hurt from COVID. I completely agree with that assessment. I think the Democrats, if they are now actively aware of how damaging the prolonged effects of COVID were for them. But tell me about Michigan. I mean, this is a swing state. It went for Biden in 2020 by, a decent margin for voting for Trump in 2016. So just tell me what you think is going to happen in 2022 here and what you think is going on in your state.
Yeah. So, I hinted at it a little earlier when I talked about the Republican grassroots being up in arms against Whitmer and how it's not just the sort of Tea Party types. It's not just in the super red areas. It's not just the evangelicals and the arch conservatives, but it's a lot of folks in the business community, a lot of the white collar executive types in Oakland County, and to a lesser extent in Livingston County, Macomb County. That's where I think this election is ultimately decided. It wasn't massive turnout of black voters in Detroit or in Flint, Lansing, Saginaw, Grand Rapids that won the election for Biden in Michigan. It was running up big margins, in some cases unprecedented margins, in some of these affluent white suburban commuter areas outside of Detroit, outside of Ann Arbor, outside of Lansing. That's where Biden won the race in Michigan. And it's really hard to see Whitmer. And keep in mind, Biden won the state by 155,000 votes, right? So it's really hard to see Whitmer duplicating that same sort of coalition. But at the same time, again, you do have Republicans just really hurting themselves by putting these two very radical candidates on the ballot in November. So I do think that probably starts shaving some points off, and it's going to be very, very close. It in some respects, it's going to feel a little bit like a race to the bottom. It's not really is one of these parties going to win this race? It's more which of these parties is going to lose this race. And Whitmer has a lot of money, which is something that is going to, in a super tight race could really make a difference. But at the end of the day, can Whitmer turn out like every young voter in the state who's left of center politically? Can she turn out all of the minorities, particularly the black voters in those areas that I just referenced? Can she do both of those things and avoid getting bludgeoned among this sort of suburban moderates in the purple areas? If the answer to all three of those is yes, then she probably hangs on, but it's kind of hard to see the answer to all three being yes.
All right, Tim, Alberta. Thank you so much for joining me today. It was great to have somebody here with so much on-the-ground expertise, and I appreciate you watching the focus groups and hanging out with me. And thanks to the rest of you for listening. We will be back next week, and we will do this again. See you later. Everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and this week we are talking Wisconsin, one of the most important battleground states in the country in just about every election. Donald Trump won it by around 20,000 votes in 2016, then Joe Biden won it by about 20,000 votes in 2020. The primary is coming up, and there are some very competitive races, mainly on the Republican side, now that most of the folks have dropped out on the Democratic Senate side. So you might call the state on a knife's edge, given the last two presidential elections. And that's exactly what my guest, who needs no introduction, has called it. Once again, I am joined by the Bulwark's resident Wisconsinite and my friend and colleague, Charlie Sykes.
Hey, it's my pleasure. I'm always up to talk about Wisconsin politics.
Yeah. Well, I got to ask you, I am always struck. We did this last time, and I think we did it behind the paywall, so maybe not everybody heard it.
Uh-oh.
But what always strikes me about doing Wisconsin focus groups is how nice everybody is. Like, why is everybody so nice?
Geez, I don't know. It's the Midwestern nice. People are just polite here. We're not as nice as Minnesota, maybe, but on the other hand, things can get pretty intense here as well. I mean, I can make a long list of people who are not nice in Wisconsin, so... But I'm glad to hear that you think we're nice. It's a cheesehead thing.
Well, here's one of the things, and this struck me, and we're not going to get into it too much in the rest of the show, so I'll bring it up early. But we did Republicans, we did Democrats in this group, and we found the people who like Mike Pence and the people who like Kamala Harris. I didn't know these people existed, but they were all in Wisconsin, and I think it might have something to do with the Wisconsin voters just being less interested in being mean about people. They're all like, yeah, Mike Pence is great. Sure, I like Mike Pence. Literally, I have not found a single other focus group where I can get any takers on Mike Pence or Kamala, really.
Huh. Well, part of the phenomenon, and I don't know, you do this a lot more than I do, is anytime you get out of social media and you get out of Twitter and you meet real people in the real world, I'm always amazed that they're smart and decent and nice people. Not just in Wisconsin. There's something about the social media world that I think brings out the, shall we say, the more intense assholery that we find in American politics. If I'm allowed to use that word on this podcast. Because on my podcast, we can use any of those words. So I don't know.
You can use it. In fact, I'm going to use it as a transition. Speaking of a-holes, let's talk about Ron Johnson. Your buddy, Ron Johnson. Let's listen, because this is, to me, what I found pretty fascinating, which is how the Republicans were talking about Ron Johnson. Let's listen.
He played both sides, and he passed the note, and then he lied about the note and said it was just a kind of walk in the park, and I didn't really want this to happen. He got caught in his own lies. But I think he would say that January 6th didn't happen at all, and I think that's an extreme view. It did happen. Maybe not as bad as the media said it, but it did happen.
I think he's an embarrassment to our state. I won't support him.
I won't totally rule him out, but if there's somebody that might be even a little bit better, I'll probably go that route.
I used to like Ron Johnson until I think he's just gotten extreme. The ivermectin and not believing there is a COVID, that whole thing makes us the laughingstock.
I love the way people in Wisconsin talk with a COVID. It's so great. Hey, does this sound like Republicans that you talk to? Are you finding a collapse in support for Johnson in the state?
No, not among Republicans. However, among certain kinds of swing voters, those words that you hear, that he's embarrassing, that he's too extreme, that he's made us into a laughingstock. I mean, those are the things that make him so vulnerable. Wisconsinites, I think, are very tolerant of a wide range of political opinions, but when you come off as disingenuous or batty, that's one of the reasons why I think Ron Johnson was, at least before this year, the most vulnerable incumbent in the country. So, I mean, those folks that you're talking to are paying attention. I'm not sure whether the average hardcore Republican is paying attention at that level or understand exactly how bizarre Ron Johnson has become over the last several years.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised by this group and how down they were on Ron Johnson. I mean, obviously, I am not a fan of his, but I guess I expected Republicans to just be more on board with his whole deal. But even the first guy bringing up the note around the election, it's sad. Yeah, this was not a group who was particularly fond of his election lies. But it's interesting, even though some of the Republicans are down on him, Johnson still has a solid chance, maybe even favored for re-election because of the presumptive Democratic nominee, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. All of the other major candidates have now dropped out and endorsed him just in the past 2 weeks. And you've talked at some length about some of the extreme stances he's taken in the past, such as supporting abolishing ICE. And he's sent some tweets, nodding toward defunding the police. He's also supported ending cash bail, and he's been endorsed by Bernie Sanders, who I've got to imagine is not the most popular politician in Wisconsin. So I know you've really been forceful against the prospect of Democrats nominating Barnes, but it did sound like he was hitting a lot of the right notes in his campaign so far.
Mhm.
Let's listen to an ad that was up on TV in Milwaukee this past week featuring him shopping in a grocery store.
Most senators couldn't tell you the cost of a gallon of milk. Thanks, Ruben. Or how much beef has gone up this year. But I'm not like most senators, or any of the other millionaires running for Senate. My mom was a teacher, and my dad worked third shift. I know how hard you work. And I know that by bringing manufacturing home, we create jobs and we lower costs. If we want to change Washington, we got to change the people we send there. I'm Mandela Barnes, and I approve this message.
Good ad.
All right, so I got to think you and I are like probably pretty much on the same page on Mandela Barnes, that we think he's too progressive. Wisconsin, I listened to all your commentary about this. I've never had any daylight with you on it. But when you see this campaign that he's running, I don't know, what do you think? Do you think he's got a chance there?
Well, that's an excellent ad. And, I think he touches on a couple of things there. He's a middle-class guy. He's not a millionaire. He can run as a quasi-outsider, somebody who is more in touch with average people. So those are all real positives. I think the dynamic of the race, though, has changed now that we're moving past the primary next Tuesday, which is that if this was a referendum on Ron Johnson up or down, I think Johnson would be seriously underwater because of the things we talked about, his recklessness, his craziness, his dishonesty, et cetera, and his extremism, and the things he says about Social Security and Medicare. I mean, these make him incredibly vulnerable. But it's not going to be an up or down referendum. Now it's going to be a choice between Ron Johnson and someone who is not that well known in Wisconsin politics. And I guess my concern going forward is Mandela Barnes comes out of this primary without really having been tested by fire. He hasn't had a lot of negative ads directed at him. And that's about to change big time. So right now he's running these very, very positive ads that I think are probably scoring him some points. But get back to me in 2 weeks when the Republicans drop $20 million worth of Oppo research on his head. And it's a target-rich environment. And so Republicans have a chance to define him before he has a chance to define himself because he's not that well known here in Wisconsin. Again, these are good ads, and these are the kinds of ads that if you're trying to appeal to centrist voters who just want things to get better, would work. But that's not going to be the atmosphere come fall, I don't think.
Yeah, can I ask you?
I don't think it's going to be that nice. It's not going to be that nice.
Can I ask you? So one of the things that's interesting about Wisconsin is that obviously it was like ground zero for a lot of the Black Lives Matter protests that ended up with a lot of like property damage and destruction. So him being kind of a flirt with defund the police kind of guy, and maybe he said there's like a picture of him with a T-shirt. But like,
right. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
How much of that hangs over Wisconsin still? Like, is a person who can be defined as a defund the police kind of progressive just DOA for Wisconsin voters now?
It is a huge negative. Now, I understand we'll get blowback from people who will explain, no, what he actually meant was, well, when you're explaining, you're losing. And also, politics doesn't not always turn out the way you want it to turn out. And it's really hard to get past burning Kenosha. So in terms of the political environment here, you have this background of plywood window storefronts all around Madison and burning Kenosha. And this is a big issue here. The Republicans running for governor are pounding this issue. It is fresh in people's minds. It's going to be a big issue in the governor's race. It's going to be a big issue now in the Senate race because of what Barnes said in and around the time of the Kenosha riots, which did cause massive damage. Obviously, there was loss of life, tens of millions of dollars worth of property destroyed. And I would say that that's going to be among the top 3 issues here in Wisconsin.
Let me, just on a fantasy politics question, nobody can disprove this, so you can just answer however you want. But, like, who would have beat Ron Johnson in that field? Like Sarah Godlewski, or who do you think it would have been?
Well, none of these are, your first-string candidates. But somebody who could have run without a lot of baggage, who could have made this more of an up or down choice about Ron Johnson, I think would have had a better chance. I always thought that Sarah Godlewski would have been the most electable. But of course, in order to prove you're electable, you have to get through the primary. Alex Lasry, who was the very young son of a billionaire, I think had certain issues. I just think the question is the focus going to be on Johnson or is it going to be on the opposition? I don't think any of those others had the kinds of baggage that Barnes is going to have. And for people who say, well, that's not fair, again, Republicans and Ron Johnson are going to have plenty of money to raise all of these issues. And I have to say that so far Barnes is not handling the defund the police issue particularly skillfully or deftly. So in answer to your question, it's going to be a very considerable negative here in Wisconsin.
Okay. I tend to agree with you. And Ron Johnson was such an obvious pickup opportunity that it seems like the Democrats could have done more to recruit somebody who could, had a better chance, as you say. But here's the thing. So I agree with you, but this group, even the self-described moderate Democrats thought very highly of Barnes. They didn't have the same reservations about him that the Republicans had about Johnson. Like if I just compared the two groups, the Republicans were much more down on Johnson than the Democrats had concerns about Barnes. And the two names that came up when we asked voters who was too extreme were Elizabeth Warren and AOC, who have both endorsed Barnes. But the group somehow still didn't think of Barnes as extreme at all. Let's listen.
I like that, he was raised in the middle class. He's relevant. He just seems smart. And obviously everyone is starting to endorse him. So
he's just very electable. Like I feel very good about putting him against a Republican candidate come the general election. And I've seen a lot of like ads and stuff from him and been getting like the texts and stuff. So I feel like he seems to be getting a lot of money, which is very important in trying to get elected. And yeah, I agree that he seems very personable, very charismatic as well.
I've seen him speak at a couple of events here in Milwaukee and just, again, to whoever said before, like we stand for the same things, everything he says are things that I agree with. And I think that he is charismatic enough that I think that honestly, I would vote for a turtle against Ron Johnson, but, I think that he would really be able to persuade people in Washington. I would feel good about sending him there.
I have research to do, but what I've heard here is positive, and I like that. Mm-hmm. Because, I would vote for a turtle over Ron Johnson. It's like no way. So, yeah.
I don't know. I think Democrats maybe should have run a turtle. It sounded like
what's wrong with like turtles? Why turtles? I don't know. There's a little turtle bias there. I listened to the whole raw tape of their comments, and I guess my sense of that was, well, yes, he has really not been tested. He hasn't been subjected to pushback right now, and so much of what they are gleaning has been from television and some of the media coverage, which has really not been that challenging. So the question is, what will happen when you have tens of millions of dollars of negative ads that will pick apart various aspects of that? And then that's what you have to think about. The other thing is that in Wisconsin, this may sound like I'm going to run together some cliches, but it's about turnout and swing voters, by which I mean, though, that you have to have a huge turnout in Dane County, which is Madison, and in Milwaukee County. Those are the big Democratic strongholds. You need to have something that motivates them. Barnes may do that. There's no question about that. That's his strong suit, that he will turn out Democrats. But ultimately in Wisconsin, it's going to be the 5 to 10% of swing voters who will make a difference, including in the suburban areas where Ron Johnson has done well, but Donald Trump lost a lot of votes. And I think that going into this year, Johnson was really going to be vulnerable in those so-called WOW counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington counties, among suburban women and among disaffected Democrats. One of the stories of Joe Biden's victory here in Wisconsin was voters who had voted up and down the ballot for other Republicans, but decided they were not going to vote for Donald Trump. These are disaffected Republicans who were in play. The question is whether or not Mandela Barnes, after this campaign with all of his positions, will appeal to them, or whether they will go, all right, it's a choice. I don't like Ron Johnson. I think he's embarrassing, but I'm going to go with him versus somebody that thinks the squad is great. So I don't know. That's the question. You'll have the Republican base turnout, you'll have the Democratic base turnout, and then you have these suburban voters who, like in so many other states, make the difference. And I'm just not sure that he's going to be as appealing to them after we see the ads. Remember, all these people have watched the positive ads. The Democrats made a decision they weren't going to go negative on him, so they haven't heard all the stuff that's sort of in the mountaintop about to come down in the avalanche.
Yeah, we're taping this on Wednesday morning, so we've just gotten the results of the primaries in Arizona and Michigan, but we also got that Kansas referenda, and it will be Saturday by the time people listen to this, but I want to sneak it in here because you talk about these suburban voters. That's obviously who, we've, through Republican voters against Trump, that's who we've focused on. And we will do another podcast at some point with these swing voters once we get to the general election. But just as a way to work in the kind of massive victory for the pro-choice forces in Kansas, do you think that if Mandela Barnes kind of shies away from those progressive defund the police type things and focuses on things like abortion, that he can pick up those suburban voters? Or how should he run this race to get them?
See, this is the wild card here in our politics, because it's not just the Senate race, it's also the governor's race, where it's a binary choice, because Wisconsin has a 19th century law on the books, a very, very strict ban on abortion that will go into effect if you have a Republican governor. If the current Democratic governor is reelected, they will probably be able to hold the line on it. So this is going to be a big issue here. The Kansas vote, I don't know about you. I admit I'm surprised by the massive turnout and by the margin, which answers one of the big questions that we had been having, which is that would abortion be enough to mobilize and motivate Democratic voters to come out? And the answer is yes. And also the result would suggest that Republicans are very divided on this issue. So if the conventional wisdom last week was, abortion might not be the game changer that people thought it was, I think after Kansas, you have to at least entertain the possibility that this could be a substantial game changer exactly in the areas that are going to make a difference in Wisconsin. So, yes. And I think that in Wisconsin, if at the end of the day, Tony Evers, who is a very non-charismatic, non-dynamic Democratic incumbent, if he manages to survive, it will very likely be because of that one issue. And the question is whether or not he can pull Mandela Barnes across the finish line. I mean, this does change the dynamic. I mean, do you feel the same way? I wasn't picking up the vibe that it was going to work the way I think Democrats thought it would work. And then in Kansas, they demonstrated, no, it will. This will happen.
Yeah, so here's my hot take on Kansas, which is that the thing that they did in Kansas is that it's a referendum, so people got to vote just on that.
Right.
In most of these other races, you're going to have a combination of a Republican whose policies they like, specifically on economics, and people say that the economy is their number one issue, and that's going to have to compete directly or live in tension, in the same candidate, right? So they may not like that the governor candidate is a pro-life guy, but they also may be very frustrated with Joe Biden and with the Democrats, and that has to exist in the same space. So it's not quite the same, but I do think that was our first taste of how mobilizing this issue can be. And if I were a bunch of these Republican governors, I would feel nervous about it. But just while we're sticking with the Democrats really quickly, I want to give you a taste of how they're thinking about Joe Biden right now. A lot of what the Republicans said about Trump will sound familiar by now. We're just seeing a lot less enthusiasm for a Trump 2024. But no one in our group of Democrats wanted Biden to run again. Let's listen.
I feel like there's been no solutions being created. It's just been more problems on top of problems on top of problems on top of problems. And I don't feel like Biden is suitable enough to be the president. I mean, I feel like he has a place in the government, just not as president.
I mean, not to be ageist, but he's too old. He's not connecting with young voters. We need, someone who's younger, someone who's got some new, fresh ideas, a person of color, somebody to really energize the voter base and get people out to the polls to make some changes. It's just too complacent right now.
The complacency is a huge factor. And, he's trying to placate his voter base, but not enough. And then, I just think someone that connects with young voters would be a much better thing. Because I have a lot of young friends that are voting for Trump. They would vote for Trump again. And I just think that's silly.
You know, there was that poll that came out with showed 75% of Democrats don't want Biden to run again. And I guess just a general pundit question. But I mean, we've been focusing on Mandela Barnes, whether or not he's the right guy for the moment in Wisconsin. But how much is Biden sort of a drag out there right now?
Oh, I think he's a considerable drag. You look at Ron Johnson's ads. Ron Johnson right now is running against Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what his theme is. But so far, Tony Evers has had a higher approval rating than Joe Biden. But Joe Biden is a net negative. And again, well, you've been doing this for some time, and I think a lot of people have picked up on the way the age issue has just cut through. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm wondering whether or not his string of victories over the last 2 weeks might change some of this, because the conventional wisdom had really settled in on Joe Biden, Jimmy Carter, Chapter 2, whether or not if he's able to put together a series of wins and kill al-Qaeda leaders, that might mute that. My second question is, if Donald Trump does get into this race and makes it more of a stark choice, does that basically firm up support when people realize that, we're not comparing Joe Biden against John F. Kennedy or FDR, it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump? Might that rescue him? I don't know. And by the way, if you're really concerned about being old, Donald Trump is not a spring chicken.
And here's the thing about the age question, because you're right. I do the focus groups all the time. It's the number one thing people say. They don't want him to run again. They think he's too old. And the thing is like no amount of policy wins is going to change that fact, right? Like he is just getting older every day. I think your question about whether it's Trump is a good one, because I do think that there's a little bit of residual fear among Democrats that Joe Biden might be like the last human in their coalition that can build a broad enough tent to beat Donald Trump. But man, he ran that last campaign on Zoom. And that is not how a 2024 election would be run. I'm with Bill Kristol and against JVL on this particular point, where I think that Biden, to have a great presidency, he should rack up these policy wins, and then he should say, I saved the country, and now let's make way for a new generation of people. But I do want to turn to this governor's race, because you have two major Republican candidates who have at best nodded to conspiracy theories about the election. There's businessman Tim Michels, who Trump has endorsed. And Michels said President Trump probably would be president right now if we had election integrity. And then you've got former Lieutenant Governor Rebecca Kleefisch, who said she felt like the election was rigged in Wisconsin. Got some beauties there. Let's listen to one of the Michels ads that we pulled off of Milwaukee TV this week.
As owner of Wisconsin's largest construction company, I have a blueprint, a plan for every project. So here's mine for Wisconsin. I'll stand up to the radical left and their socialist agenda. We'll back the blue and get tough on violent crime. Bad guys, they're not gonna like me. I'll crack down on election fraud and keep schools open 5 days a week, no matter what Fauci says. I'm Tim Michels, and that's my plan. Now let's get to work.
All right, so you can hear a lot of standard issue Republican talking points in there with a nod to the big lie thrown in. But Kleefisch is supposed to be the quote-unquote normal one. And this primary is another chapter in the Trump-Pence proxy war. Trump has endorsed Michels and Pence has endorsed Kleefisch. Polling's been pretty thin, but a poll a few weeks ago for a pro-Michels organization had him leading by 8 points. We got a definite sense from the group that people viewed the race in terms of businessman versus politician, but they didn't think about it the way you'd necessarily expect. So let's listen.
She's a politician. You can tell by the way she talks. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, certainly the other candidate, he's a businessman, and maybe that's what we need instead of somebody who's line the pockets of, I'll do this for you. I don't know. I'm still undecided. They both say the right things. How do you really even know anymore? Because it's difficult.
She's going to be, the more, like everyone else said, the more politician of the two. I align more with Michels than I do with her. But, if it comes down to her and somebody else, I'd still probably side with her.
What do you think? I've got a little more sound on this, but what do you make of this matchup here?
Okay, so I need to stipulate that I know her very well and for a very long time, and covered Michels when he ran his completely inept candidate for Senate in the past. I guess part of the problem has been that Michaels is a late entry who hasn't been around Wisconsin for some time. I mean, he has a multi-million-dollar house in Connecticut. And what you can see from the debates and his one-on-one interviews is that Tim Michaels is, I think the nice way of putting it is not ready for prime time. A more direct way of putting it is kind of a dim bulb. I mean, once you get past the word salads and the talking points, he hasn't got much there. Rebecca has been working the grassroots for a long time. She was Scott Walker's loyal lieutenant governor. Scott Walker is supporting her. One of the big questions I have in my mind is, what is this actually really all about? You have obviously a lot of special interest road builder money that is coming in big time for Tim Michaels, whose family owns a road building company. But that hasn't broken through to the electorate. They think of him as this sort of businessman outsider, when in fact he really is kind of a creature from the darker corners of grifter dark money world. But this is the choice that the voters are faced with. This should have been an easy win for Rebecca Kleefisch, given past political alignments. But Michaels appears to have the edge, which will be rather an extraordinary turnaround for the Wisconsin Republican Party, which, as you recall, back in 2016 was very skeptical of Donald Trump. So if Donald Trump's candidate for governor can win, that would be a reversal. Now, I do need to say this, though. Donald Trump, he is endorsing the opponent of the Speaker of the State Assembly, Robin Vos, and this has become a very divisive race here. So one of the things that you're seeing is that Republicans are going negative on one another in this particular race, and it's leaving some bad feelings. So going back to the question of how will this play in November, Republicans are perfectly positioned to basically run the table in Wisconsin unless several things happen, including if the party gets bitterly divided. And a lot of the energy right now is going to this circular firing squad. So I don't know whether they will, be able to patch this up or whether this leaves, some deep and lasting wounds. One other point, both Michaels and Kleefisch are very conservative Republicans. There's no real philosophical difference between them. The only difference is Michaels' willingness to buy the woollier aspects of Trump's big lie. That's really it. There's no other substantive issue that separates the two of them.
Oh my God, Charlie, you were talking about the thing that has got me so torqued right now, which is this idea that the non-insurrectionist is somehow the moderate candidate.
Yeah.
I heard one of the TV personalities refer to Eric Schmidt there in Missouri as the moderate candidate, and I almost lost my mind because this is just one of those, the Overton window has moved so far that if you didn't physically storm the Capitol, you get to somehow be the moderate candidate. You made a bunch of great points there, and I want to dig in on one of them. But first, let's hear how they talked about Rebecca Kleefisch, because it jives with exactly what you just said.
God, I am so torn. It's Kleefisch is polished. She knows the stuff inside and out, which I think is great. At the same time, Michaels, he's a businessman, which I like Trump. He's an outsider, which I appreciate, like Trump. But I think the issue that I have with Michaels is that if he was just more polished, I think it would be a shoo-in. Okay, it would be like Michaels all the way. For me, when I hear him talk and I hear him in interviews or debates, it just, unlike Trump, Trump wasn't a politician, but he always knew the answers. He knew the stuff inside and out. He may have just did it in a more brazen way when he delivered his answer. But I just feel like Michaels just stumbles through the answers all the time. And I feel like sometimes he just doesn't really give an answer. And that just confuses the heck out of me because I want to like him.
So I have her sign and I have Michael's sign in my garage, and I was ready to put her sign out in my yard after I listened to the debate. I just felt as though she did her homework and she's well prepared to propose changes that need to happen. I liked what she proposed when it comes to school choice and the voucher system. I think she has a good understanding as a parent and being present and, in the know of watching what her daughters experience as a teacher myself and a teacher who taught in Milwaukee Public Schools. I think something seriously needs to be done because we are failing many students in that system as a whole. And all of the candidates did say, yes, we need to break that up. But she was the only one who had some specific things, some steps to take in order to make that happen.
So, this is the point you're making, right? She gets some points for being the one who's ever thought about this stuff for 5 minutes. But they also, you can see from the earlier statements that they read her, though, because she is more polished, as a politician in the bad way. And the other guy is a businessman like Trump. And so, as you mentioned, just the fact that he can't quite get a sentence out is hurting him a little bit. But there's still plenty of people who see him as just like the businessman, Trump-like guy. So I guess if I had to bet, I'd put my money on Michael.
Well,
what do you think?
I don't have any other polling other than the one you cited. I mean, there was a Marquette University law poll, which is kind of the gold standard here, showing him with a slight lead. They are claiming that they're ahead. On the other hand, there's a lot of, out-of-state money being dumped in at the last minute on Michael's behalf, which suggests that perhaps it is close. This is certainly an indication of the devolution of Republican politics. I mean, a few years ago, somebody who had paid their dues, had worked the grassroots, was as well known as Rebecca Clayfish, would have been a very strong favorite to win this primary. If she loses, it will be an indication of how the center of gravity has changed in the Republican Party. I also think, though, that the fact that if Tim Michels gets through this, it will be a net negative for him that he is so closely tied to Donald Trump, because he really is now Donald Trump's, yes man. The other day at a debate, he suggested that he, wasn't committing to support Trump in 2024, that he was open-minded about it. And of course, within 24 hours, he'd scurried back and said, no, I absolutely am all in for Donald Trump. Well, this is going to be the pattern. He's going to have to believe the craziest things. He will have to say that the election was stolen, that we have to decertify. That may play well right now in a MAGA-dominated primary. It will not play as well in a general election.
Yeah, I want to actually dig deeper into that. But first, just to sort of round out the conversation about governor, right? So either Michels or Clayfish is going to face incumbent Tony Evers. I heard you say earlier that he was kind of blah, which I think is funny because that is how these voters felt. Let's listen to some of the Democrats talk about Tony Evers here.
I'm an event coordinator, and he came to one of my events to speak. And, I believe in everything that he believes in. I just wish he was a little more aggressive. He's just kind of blah. I feel like he is forward thinking, but someone forward thinking, young, and smart. I feel like he's made some really dumb mistakes.
I don't have like a super strong opinion about him. Like, I would vote for him if he was, the only option, but he's older and, back to that whole thing. I just think getting new ideas in is a good idea. But yeah, if he's not going to have anyone running against him, then I'll vote for him.
I just give him kudos for putting out there that he'll give clemency to any doctor who is prosecuted for performing an abortion. So I thought that was great that he did that.
So that last woman was a Trump voting Democrat. Like, she identifies as a Democrat, but she voted for Trump in 2020. And abortion was a big thing for her. And in fact, abortion did come up among these Democrats really quickly. It was some of the things that just in the opening question, yes, how do you feel things are going in the country? A lot of them expressed concern out of the gate about the repeal of Roe. But this was funny, just listening to their sad resignation about Tony Evers being the candidate. It was like a little bit kind of like echoes of Biden there, I guess. Yeah, I'll vote for him, but he's kind of old and Tell me, I have sort of two questions in here on this governor's race. And one is, how do you think Tony Evers did on COVID in particular? Since, in the Michigan focus group we just did, the anger at Gretchen Whitmer from the right, but even the center right over COVID, looms very large over that governor's race. How is he perceived to have done on COVID? I guess that's my first question. And then my second question is, can this guy win again in this tough environment? But do the first question first on COVID.
I don't get the sense that COVID is the burning top of mind issue here that it was in Michigan. It wasn't that draconian. He's much more in trouble on Kenosha and on law and order and crime issues. And can he win? Under normal circumstances, I would say no. He won in 2018, won by about 23,000 votes, really because he was not Scott Walker. He didn't win because he was Tony Evers. He was just the other guy on the ballot. And this guy really is underwhelming. He's not a major presence. Because the legislature is completely dominated by Republicans, he really hasn't made his mark. There's no major programs that he can point to. So under normal circumstances, he would be a dead man walking. That's why you come back to this question of abortion, because it's very much a binary choice here in Wisconsin. And no one's going to flip the state assembly or the state senate. So it comes down to who's sitting in the governor's office and who's sitting in the attorney general's seat. So that's the one thing that he has going for him. I also think that if Democrats are smart, they will, if Michaels is the nominee, they will make this about Donald Trump as well. And so I think that maybe Evers can eke out a victory, and it would be a very, very close election by being the not Trump, not anti-abortion candidate. But that's the only scenario that I see.
So, because we're all doing kind of, the post game on Arizona about what is the opportunity for Democrats in Arizona now that you've got this like insane slate of election denying nut jobs on the Republican side. Because, of course, Kari Lake had a pretty competitive primary. It ended up being pretty close. But Karen Robeson, made it neck and neck. And I think if it had been Karen Robeson, that Katie Hobbs, the Democrat in Arizona, would be in trouble.
Agree.
But do you think that there is a difference between Michaels and Clayfish? Like, if Michaels is the nominee, does Evers have a better chance, or does it not matter?
Oh, I think at this point, I think that Evers has a better shot against Michaels.
Mm-hmm.
Michaels, again, is going to have a lot of baggage. And the fact that he's not able to separate himself at all from Trump's demands. I mean, he's basically, if Donald Trump calls him up and says, I need you to embrace my pillow guy's latest theory, he's going to do it. And so that's going to be a problem. Not to mention, I think, some of these conflict of interest ethics issues that have not been fully vetted in the primary that will be in a general election. So Tim Michaels is again, not the ideal candidate. I mean, the fact that your focus group people were picking up on the fact that he didn't really know what he was talking about. I mean, that's kind of interesting. They can tell that when a guy hasn't thought about any of these issues, when he doesn't have any ideas, when he is a puppet. And I think that he can be portrayed that way. I mean, again, don't get me wrong.
They still seem like they were going to vote for him.
That's right. But I'm talking about what it's going to be like in a general election.
Right,
because in the primary, it's a whole different world. In Wisconsin, everything's on the knife's edge. So it's not inconceivable to me that Ron Johnson could win and Tony Evers could win, that both incumbents win. Because Wisconsin is crazy enough to do that sort of thing. We have a long tradition of doing stuff like that.
I mean, there are definitely wild, split ticket scenarios around. Like, I always think of Pennsylvania as the funniest type of situation because there's going to be a lot of like Trump Fetterman voters.
Isn't that something?
And also, I think a fair number of right-leaning independents who vote for Josh Shapiro, or there will be Republicans who vote for Shapiro, Republicans who vote for Fetterman, but they're very different types of Republicans.
Yeah.
Like the Republicans who are going to vote for Shapiro would be the college-educated suburban voters, but the Republicans who'd vote for Fetterman are like Trumpers.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know, man, though. The Wisconsin ticket you just described where people would go for Johnson. But I mean, it comes down to whether or not Mandela Barnes, do you think he'll run as a moderate? Sounds like from his ads, he will. He's going to try to pivot to the center. But I guess, Republicans are going to fight really hard for that Senate seat.
Okay, this may sound like a glib answer. It doesn't matter what Barnes runs as because the Republicans will define him as this uber progressive. He has to run to the center because that's where the votes are right now. He's going to have the progressive base locked down. There's nothing that Johnson could do to get the progressive base away from him. Mandela Barnes will motivate them. So the question is, what about the rest of the state? I mean, look, Mandela Barnes is not John Fetterman. He's not going to play in the same areas. The kinds of ads that he's running are the kinds of ads that you run when you're coasting through a primary, not the kind of ads that you're going to be running in September and October. This is going to be a very negative, very dirty race. And I think everybody ought to buckle up for that.
Well, Charlie Sykes, I hope you'll come back when we do swing voters as we get into the general election, because that is going to be a doozy. It's going to be an incredibly close race, and nobody knows Wisconsin the way you do, my friend. So thank you so much for being here, and thanks to all of you for joining us for another episode of the Focus Group. We will see you next week, and as Charlie says, we'll do this all over again. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Focus Group Podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark, and this week we're heading north to Alaska. Alaska is a super interesting state this cycle. Moderate Senator Lisa Murkowski is the only Republican senator who voted for impeachment who is also facing an election in 2022. The rest of them are up in later years, so they've got some time to recover. She's got a Trump-endorsed primary challenger in Kelly Tshibaka, and Trump very much wants her head on a pike. He has been out to Alaska, I think about a month ago, to rally support for Tshibaka. But there's an interesting wrinkle. They now have ranked choice voting in the state, which they just approved a couple of years ago. This is the first major election where it's going to feature prominently. And so this Tuesday's primary is actually, instead of it just being Murkowski versus Tshibaka, who are the two Republicans, it's going to come down to the top 4 candidates, regardless of party, and they will advance to the general election. And the general election will then be decided by this ranked choice voting, where voters rank the candidates in the order they'd prefer. So the candidate with the fewest first-place votes is eliminated, and then their votes go to their supporters' next highest remaining choices. And this continues until one candidate gets 50% of the vote. If that sounds confusing to you, I agree. We'll talk about ranked choice voting and what it means. But it could save Murkowski against this Trump-endorsed opponent, especially when they don't have a lot of Democrats who are really making waves. So this week we asked a mix of Republicans and former Republicans how they're thinking about the race. And there's also this other quick side plot in Alaska, which is that Sarah Palin is running for Congress. So we're going to talk about that too. But my guest today is the man, the myth, the legend, my friend, Bill Kristol. Bill, I know you're at the beach, so thank you for doing this today. Really appreciate it. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, and it's great to be with you on this tremendously successful podcast, for which congratulations. I think I was on the first episode maybe, and then
the second,
and I've not been on since, which is why it's been soaring to great heights. And now we'll see if I can bring it back to earth a little bit. But anyway, it's great to be with you, Sarah, and it's okay to have an hour break from the family at the beach.
So I'm just going to kick off. So you and I, we move in a world of people who are concerned about the state of politics. And so we know a lot of people who kind of like this idea of ranked choice voting. I think Lisa Murkowski is a dying breed of Republican, which I would go to great lengths to preserve. And so I'm both somehow grateful that the ranked choice voting exists in her state, because I think it's going to help her considerably. On the other hand, I am bracing for how ranked choice voting plays out in the state. Even as I was going through the description of it, I am confused, I got to admit. Like, we know lots of people who think that ranked choice voting is like the thing that will save our politics, but I've never been able to quite get my head around it. What do you think about ranked choice voting?
I mean, I'm well disposed to it. I think it will be interesting how it works here in Alaska, because I don't think it's changed the result yet, at least not in a major race, as I recall. I mean, it's used in the New York City mayor's race, San Francisco mayor's race, which were both very close. But I think the leader ended up as the leader. I guess Maine is the one state, apart from Alaska, I think, that now has it. I think Susan Collins was somewhat helped, but I think, again, maybe she was ahead even without ranked choice voting in the general election. So it'll be interesting to see if it actually shapes the result and then what the reaction to that is. And also, as you say, how actual voters react to it in practice.
Well, in both of these groups, which again, they are Republicans and sort of former Republicans, like there was just mixed in some people who had always been Republicans, but Trump kind of pushed out of the party. We asked them what they thought about ranked choice voting. Let's hear what they had to say.
Some of the organizations that I've been a member of have boards. They're volunteer organizations that write open source software, and the software is organized by a board of elected individuals. A couple of those organizations used ranked choice voting for a couple of years for their board elections, and every organization that's done it did away with it after about 4 or 5 cycles. It was so confusing, and people just never understood the theory behind how to actually use it. I think it's a good idea in paper, but when it's actually used in the real world, it doesn't work.
All that ranked choice voting does is it lowers the number of people that are actually going to go out and vote, because especially with an older population, they get confused and will just throw it down, or mismark the ballot because they don't understand what to do. And then that vote gets thrown out.
So I gotta say that both the groups really didn't like ranked choice voting, but enough people in the state did because there was a referendum. And so people voted and they decided to choose this. But I think that for some reason, there were more people on the sort of the Democrat and independent side who seemed more disposed to it because we couldn't really find people in the groups who liked it. And the main thing that they were talking about was it could just like take a really long time to get a tabulation and for people to know who won, especially in Alaska, where I think they have to fly on little prop planes, like the ballots from here to there. Does it worry you at all, though, that this could cause more distrust, Bill?
I guess I'd make a couple of points. I mean, it shouldn't take really that much longer than just counting the ballots, which can take a long time, as we've seen in plenty of cases where there wasn't ranked choice voting, like in the 2020 election in some states and with mail-in votes and so forth. And in Alaska, has always been a bit of a slow count because of the dispersed communities. I don't think it should slow things down too much. I do think the first person whom you played the clip from had a commonsensical point, which will resonate with people, which is I belong to a zillion different organizations, people will think, ranging from clubs to community organizations to local governments and so forth. Almost none of them use ranked choice voting. But I would say, in fact, if you think about it for a minute, what do places you belong to use? Probably you vote for 4 in the first round, they throw out the lowest candidate and then have a second round of voting. And to say, isn't that how all the political conventions in the old days when there were multi-candidate ballots, right? The 12th ballot so-and-so wins. In Virginia, where I live, that's what they did for the Republican convention. It wasn't ranked choice, I don't believe, but it was a series of ballots. And look, it does help certain kinds of candidates, we think, in the current circumstances at least, and hurt others. I'm generally well disposed to it. I think in principle, it's a reasonable way to try to reflect popular sentiment a little better, but especially in a highly polarized situation, especially with partisan primaries, especially in the current situation of American politics. And therefore, those of us in sort of vaguely centrist-ish pro-democracy world tend to like it because we think it would lead towards better members of Congress or governors or mayors, better in the sense of broader support, less of a pure partisan appeal, less of an extreme appeal to the base. That's, of course, why other people will dislike it. It does bring home the truth that though some of these reforms aren't sort of principle, you might say, not partisan, they're electoral mechanisms, they always have, when put into practice, a certain practical or partisan or political impact. And in this case, it's not an accident that the people pushing it have been sort of centrist types concerned about polarization and extremism. I think it's reasonable to be concerned about polarization and extremism, so it's reasonable to push this kind of reform at this time. But it's also reasonable to remember that some of these reforms don't quite work out the way you hope, and some of them will work out better than others, and which of the different reforms that are available are the best ones in terms of the electoral system, I'm pretty agnostic about. But it was the Murkowski team, final point, if I'm not mistaken, that pushed this for the referendum. They were thinking ahead to 2022. So it's not unfair for the critics of it to say, well, this is just an attempt to save Lisa Murkowski's seat when she's unpopular with Republican primary voters. So that's a very partial description. Maybe a truer way to say it is it's an attempt to save the seat of someone who has been willing to break with the party and try to reflect the broader views of the majority of Alaskans and not just cater to the base. But either way, it's not an accident that Team Murkowski was very much in favor of putting in place ranked choice voting in this election.
Well, they wanted to save themselves probably the work of doing the write-in candidacy like they had to do a couple cycles ago, where you have to teach everyone how to spell Murkowski, where, you know, if she loses the primary, she runs as an independent. I think for the people toiling in the laboratories of democracy and ranked choice voting and some of these different reforms, it will be closely watched to see how it works. And I mean works not in terms of the desired outcome, but works like functionally works and is satisfying to people.
Right. And it's kind of combining two tests at once, which is fine. But it's the open primary, which is itself a test. You could have an open primary without ranked choice voting. California has open primaries, top 2, in that case, advance. In this case, it's an open primary with the top 4 advance, and then ranked choice voting on the final round. So just to be kind of technical, it's both ranked choice voting and an open primary.
Yeah. These groups they were kind of pro-Murkowski, but I want to first sort of play Murkowski's pitch in this race to voters, right? She knows she's on the outs with a lot of the Republican primary voters, but I would say the kind of stuff she's saying is the stuff you can say when you're running in a general election from day one, right? Like that's how she sort of sounds. So let's listen to Murkowski's pitch here.
In this election, lower 48 outsiders are going to try to grab Alaska's Senate seat for their partisan agendas. They don't understand our state. And frankly, they couldn't care less about your future.
Who can best deliver for Alaska? That's what this race for the United States Senate is really about. Through my seniority, I get real results for our state. Every day, I work across party lines to strengthen our economy, expand our energy production, take care of our veterans, and invest in our critical infrastructure. I'm for Alaska, always. I'm Lisa Murkowski, and I approve this message. I'd be honored to earn your vote.
So Cheney is also, her primary, that is also Tuesday. But Liz Cheney's in a much worse position than Lisa Murkowski. It is partly because there's no ranked choice voting. And so Liz has to actively say to Democrats and independents, like, change your registration and vote in the Republican primary, which is harder than just having ranked choice where all the Democrats and independents can either put Lisa Murkowski as their first or second choice. So that's one difference. But the other difference, I would say, is that the campaign that Hageman is running against Liz is that Harriet Hageman is the pure Wyoming person. She's from Wyoming. She's of Wyoming. And that Liz Cheney is the carpetbagging outsider who doesn't share Wyoming values. And so in Alaska, Murkowski is running as the Alaska values, the person from Alaska, and she's caning Kelly Tshibaka as an outsider, although she doesn't even mention Tshibaka, but talks about, people outsiders are trying to steal the seat. And so I guess it really does seem that Alaska and Wyoming are similar in that the voters there are very specific and they have a very specific sense of place, right? There's like a whole ethos around like being a real Alaskan or a real Wyoming that is different from like you feel if you're from like, I don't know, Connecticut. Like you're just not as dedicated to your state. And, there would be people in the groups who would talk about like having moved there and they would be almost like apologetic about it because they know that they are outsiders. And so do you have any opinion on the difference between Murkowski and Cheney and how that's going to play out?
So in terms of sort of state pride, but also state uniqueness and a sense that you need people in Washington to watch out for your state, Wyoming has quite a bit of that, as a lot of small states do, a lot of the western states, the more recent states in the Union do, and not unreasonably, right? And Wyoming, I think, also has a tradition of, therefore, not, for example, defeating incumbents often and having people in office for a long time, the Alan Simpsons of the world, because they benefit the state. But Alaska is that tenfold or 100-fold. One of the two newest states, they still remember that, or they learned about it in school. Alaska in particular, Hawaii had some of this too, has had super long-term serving senators and congressmen who have done a huge amount for that state, or at least perceived to have done a huge amount for that state in terms of federal funds and making sure Alaska isn't forgotten and even gets some special treatment in terms of appropriations bills. Ted Stevens was appropriations chair, if I'm not mistaken, and sent a lot of funds to Alaska, which either, depending on your point of view, were defensible. It was a state that, late to the Union, needed more help for infrastructure and so forth, or was poor. And then, of course, living in Alaska is just so different than even Wyoming, which is somewhat different from living in Virginia or Maryland or even the Pennsylvanias and Illinois of the world. So I do think the Alaska-specific appeal for Murkowski is very strong. And the Murkowskis have been in office a long time. Frank Murkowski was both governor and senator. And then Lisa Murkowski took his seat and has held it. So it's even more than the Cheneys in Wyoming, this is one of the few families that have held, major political office in Alaska. So I think the Alaska appeal makes sense. I think she explicitly mentions seniority, doesn't she? Which is sort of rare, I'd say, in these days in the anti-incumbent mood, the anti-Washington mood. Sometimes an incumbent's running for re-election, you barely know that person's the incumbent. It's, I hate Washington too. It's ignore the fact that I've been there for 12 or 18 or years or whatever. Murkowski really is, in a way, it's an old-fashioned campaign of I'm the incumbent, I've delivered for Alaska, you want me there to keep on delivering. Maybe you disagree with me on a few issues. I'm not even going to mention what party I'm in, but you want me there because I'll be in that tradition of really watching out for all of us who are often forgotten about and neglected up here in the far away from everyone else.
And do you have any thoughts on Liz just while we're on this? I mean, we covered her a couple weeks back. We did the Wyoming groups. Even if there was ranked choice voting in Wyoming, I don't think that would be enough to save her. But do you have any like contrarian, oh no, Liz is going to be fine, goodness prevails.
No, that would be truly contrarian in our day and age in American politics, that doing the right thing would prevail. I mean, it can. I think she could certainly tighten the race. The race could be tightening right now for all we know. And there could be some default back to Liz by people who are, more pro-Trump than she is, which is 70% of Wyoming, and don't really like it that she's done so much with the January 6th committee, but have a sort of grudging respect. You could imagine the grudging respect reasserting itself on Election Day. But I think your point earlier on was very shrewd. I mean, that Liz doesn't benefit that much for all that the Cheneys have been a Wyoming institution and so forth. She's been so focused, and I think admirably so, on the January 6th committee and on saving the Constitution and the rule of law, that Hageman can come after her as a more authentic, she'll be listening to people in Wyoming, unlike Liz. So she can't really play that Murkowski card nearly as effectively. That, I think, means it is just more of a pure referendum on, do you admire Liz Cheney or are you loyal to Donald Trump? And that's a tough race for Liz Cheney. I don't rule out all of us being hugely surprised on Tuesday night. I do think the margin might be less than we've seen in some of these polls of 20-plus points. But yeah, it's very different. I mean, what Liz Cheney has done at the January 6th committee is, I can't even think of an instance like that in American politics, of knowing that it's going to cost you your leadership position in the House. She was number 3 in the House. I mean, she wasn't just like one of 27, quote, leaders, right? And really risked your reelection in what otherwise is totally a safe seat, to go on a committee, to accept Nancy Pelosi's appointment to the committee, to become the central figure in the committee. That's a whole separate discussion about what the implications of that have been. But I think it's been hugely beneficial to the January 6th committee and to the whole legitimacy and sort of focus of the investigation with regard to January 6th. And also the central figure in explaining how unacceptable it is to have Trump again as president. To go through all of that, that's just going to risk your standing as a Republican in a way that Lisa Murkowski's, and I don't mean to minimize these, but her occasional votes, against Donald Trump or against Trump's positions, or even the vote to impeach in the second time around, just not comparable to what Cheney's done.
Yeah, and I think that this idea of seniority, which she says in her ad, is the kind of thing you heard from these voters. Like, to have the Republicans in the group be incredibly passionate about the federal funding, and that they deserve the federal funding and all the money that they need Alaska to get, that is baked in really deep. And so they have a very sort of practical consideration about wanting somebody who has seniority, has pull in Washington, and can deliver things for Alaska. I want to play some of Murkowski's fans, of which she had some in these groups. One of the things you'll hear running through these is that they believe Murkowski is moderate, independent, and uniquely Alaskan. She seems to be trying to reflect back in these ads what she hears that people like about her. And one thing that struck me is how many people volunteered that they had seen her over the years. It's just a reminder that showing up in politics really matters, because they seem to feel like they knew her. Like, people would be like, I ran into her at the pizza place. So let's listen to some of these voters talk about Murkowski.
She got in by being picked by her father to take his spot, which nepotism never feels good to anyone. So she really had to prove herself, and everyone was watching her and watching every vote that she did. And I think she pretty much proved herself kind of as a middle of the roader, which I really appreciate, because the other Republican candidates that are running against Murkowski, either they've been a quitter, you know who I'm talking about, or they're so to the right that they want to stop even having birth control sent in the mail. What about the condoms on the grocery shelves? I mean, give me a freaking break. Why is it always the woman that they want to lock up and make her have that baby?
At my age, she's always been a political figure here, so I don't have very much negative things to say. I mean, she's an Alaskan. She does what's good for Alaska. I did gain respect for her, though, when she voted differently than what Trump wanted, because she actually stood up to the big man. She was like, no, I don't feel like that's right, and I'm going to vote that way. I'm not going to follow the party. So I gained respect for her there. But for me, I respect her as a politician. I think she's done what she can, what is in her capacity to do, and I would vote for her.
She seems to be mostly independent. She's disappointed me a couple of times, but not very often.
I think she's more moderate than most of the men that I see anyway, but I think she makes sense. I met her out at the pizza place one time, just and talked to her, and she's very personable.
I've talked to her several times, and the vibe that I receive is that she's very honest. And, that has got her in trouble a few times because she's blunt and she will speak her mind. I totally appreciate that, she's been around for a long time and she holds her ground. And I appreciate that. And, having a strong female representing Alaska in any aspect, it's good for me. So I really like her. That she's perfect? No. But that she's a bit controversial? Yes. And you have to be a politician, period. That's just how it is.
So that last woman actually voted for Trump twice. So I do think it bodes well. And I will say, just overall, I don't know if you were struck by this, but there were people who were kind of down on Murkowski some, or have sort of that annoyance of lifelong politician, nepotism. A bunch of people were talking about like, oh, her family's been in politics a long time. But when it like push came to shove and you were like, who are you going to vote for? Like the overwhelming majority was saying Murkowski. Did that surprise you?
I mean, most senators and members of Congress, governors would give a lot to have those kinds of comments, unprompted, obviously, by voters, including some who might be quite annoyed at you if you voted to impeach the person they just voted for president. So it is a tribute to how strong she is and why she probably will survive this reelection. As you said, the only senator up. A couple have retired who voted to impeach, and then the others aren't up till 24 or 26. And of course, in the House, we've seen several either retirements or defeats, with a couple still alive, both actually in these kind of open primaries in California and Washington, right? And then Cheney is the one in question. So she could be one of the very, very few who survives an impeachment vote. If I were to worry, just to put on a pro-Murkowski hat and worry for a minute, I'd worry that she'll make it certainly to the final round, but I guess that'll be three candidates, maybe. Chewbacca, the Trump-endorsed Republican, a Democrat, and Murkowski. And at that point, you can sort of imagine that could get to a pretty even three-way split, and you do need to be in second for the ranked choice to benefit you. You need to have the votes distributed to you, not from you. And I mean, I don't know, you get a nationalized election, 50-50 Senate possibility. Democrats maybe go back to their Democrat. Right now, she's getting a ton of Democratic votes, I would bet. More, I suspect, than Republican. And then, Trump's up there and the Republicans are screaming and yelling about how they got to be loyal to Trump, who's being persecuted by the FBI, et cetera. Some danger that she falls between both stools, but if she can just make it into second, basically, she presumably gets the other votes against either the Democrat, or more likely, I suppose, against Chewbacca, the Trump Republican. I mean, you've talked to more people than I have about this race, I suspect. Is that their basic sense of it? I mean, that she ends up in a final against Chewbacca and the Democrats having selected her for second choice, then that puts her over the top?
Yeah, that's right. There's a couple different factors. So one is the number of independents that there are in Alaska, which is a lot. And so right now, like, we're literally only talking to Republicans and people who had been Republicans, but like were so mad about Trump. So they're a little bit of a mixed group. But like the fact that the Trump voters were even split on Murkowski, I think if you get into independents, she's already won before on an independent ticket. And so I think that helps her. I've done more than these groups. So we did these two groups, but I've done other groups. And actually, I did them much closer to the impeachment vote. And even then, in those earlier groups, they were much more mad at her, like much more acutely angry at her at that point, the Republicans. But they knew what committee she sat on. They understood how senior she was. And it was when the lights kind of went on for me that Alaska is one of the most specific states, because the idea that usually dominates, where people are like, I want somebody new, I want fresh voices. And there was a little bit of that in here, but there was like a real hesitancy to give up the seniority that she has and her ability to deliver for Alaska that just isn't a factor in most of these other states. And then the third thing that I think is really important is the Democrats haven't really put up anybody that's getting any traction. It's not like the Evan McMullin situation in Utah where they actively stood down, but there's nobody notable. And as a result, it feels like the Democrats have kind of quietly said, yeah, we're not going to put up anybody serious that would challenge Murkowski.
Once we get past this round, I've got to think she is going to caucus, presumably, with the Republicans and Mitch McConnell. And if the first round results suggest that, gee, I don't know, maybe the Democrat can squeak ahead of Murkowski into second place and then get some of the Murkowski votes as a ranked choice and win, if that's possible, it probably isn't. But if people start getting that in their head, you can imagine an awful lot of Nashville Democrats saying, with all due respect to Lisa Murkowski, she's a nice person. And she did vote for impeachment, but she's ultimately a Mitch McConnell person, not a Chuck Schumer person. So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic works. I'd be interested to watch on Tuesday night just how many votes she gets. She is really the remaining bulwark of seniority for Alaska in the United States Congress. And I think that pulls her through. But it will be interesting to see what percentage she gets. We're talking about her getting to the second round with 30% of the votes, which you could say isn't so great for an incumbent, but it's a multi-candidate race. 40%, squeaking into the final round with 23%. I think that'll be an interesting little snapshot. And what percentage of Democrats are willing to reward someone like Murkowski and not vote for the Democratic candidate?
Yeah, to your point, I mean, polling out of Alaska is very sketchy. Like, the last I had seen, so the Democrat in third is this guy, Pat Chesbro. Mm-hmm. And we were asking the group, like, no one had really heard of him. Now, granted, these are Republicans, but, like, doesn't seem to be picking up a ton of name ID in the state. And he was a very distant third in the last poll that I saw. But let's play a section, the group, I'm going to call them Murkowski meh, the people who are like, about her. Listening to this group, like, this is why I actually think she's going to win. Let's listen.
She's got some seniority. She tends to vote the way I would, if I were in Congress. She's irritated quite a few people in the state, but, I'll still vote for her.
The time that she's been in is a benefit. That seniority really helps. But I agree too, nepotism sucks. She did lose the primary. She got voted back in as a write-in, which proves that write-in candidates can win elections. But it's time for new blood, which is things we've said before.
She's middle of the road in voting, in performance, in pretty much everything. She's not horrible, and she's definitely not great.
The one thing that kind of lost a little bit of credibility with me as far as she goes is when she voted to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson, which I know was kind of a hot button topic at the time. I mean, obviously she's going to vote how she wants to vote, and that's fine. I can agree with it or disagree with it, and it just is what it is. But that's been my thought about it. Otherwise, I don't have too much of a problem with her.
So in that group, 2 out of the 4 were definitely going to vote for her. Like, if the election were held today, they were going to vote for her. And I think, like, even the guy who was, like, talking about new blood, they didn't know anything about Chewbacca. Like, they're annoyed at Murkowski. They're annoyed at the dynastic politicians. She's been there forever. But, man, it is not like listening to people talk about Cheney, where they're just, like, rip shit about how much they dislike her. Like, it's just much more, I disagreed with her vote on Ketanji Brown Jackson. I don't know. That, to me, the level of intensity in their dislike for her just isn't there. And I think that, with the ranked choice, gets her through.
Sounds right to me. And we'll see on, I don't know if we'll see on Tuesday night. God knows when we'll actually know the Alaska returns, but probably we'll have some sense by Wednesday morning, I should think, of how it's going. Maybe Chewbacca will be in first place because she has that hardcore Trump support, but is she in a strong second place? Or I'm sure there'll be a lot of expectation setting and attempts to shape the narrative afterwards. So I think there's still a pretty dynamic and fluid situation in play between August 16th and November 8th.
Yeah, but the difference here is that, unlike McCarthy and all the Republicans who lined up against Cheney and raised money for her opponent, like, McConnell's going to back Murkowski, right? Like,
yeah,
he will support her and that they will spend money in the race for her.
And they will have people on camera whom they will know that Alaskans like saying she delivers for Alaska, or even have a targeted message to Republicans saying, look, Lisa does a great job for you all. You'd be crazy to throw her out. Yeah, so I think there'll be heavyweights on both sides and heavyweight spending on both sides. Whether the Democrats come into play and how effective they think they could be, I think those are all interesting questions.
Yeah, obviously Murkowski has lost a Republican primary before. I think she's always been a little controversial for the hardcore Republicans because she is such a moderate. So let's listen to some of the negative comments for the people who are totally out on her.
We already talked about term limits. I mean, the woman needs to go. Her daddy put her in the job. then she lost the primary, and somehow they finagled her back into the Senate.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of her. I consider her to be what I say is like a squish Republican. She votes with the Democrats time and time again. She voted with the Democrats to confirm Justice Jackson. She voted with the Democrats to impeach Donald Trump. She voted with the Democrats to oppose the border wall, which as a Texan, I guess I'm Alaskan now, but as like a former Texan, the border wall was a huge deal. We were on the border of Mexico. We've talked about the immigration issues. I think she is not conservative enough and is really like borderline Republican, but oftentimes votes with the Democrats, and I'm ready to see her get out of office.
Do you remember when McCain was running and they were talking about the bridge to nowhere? It was actually a bridge to Gravina Island in Ketchikan. And it's also where the Murkowskis had a huge development project. So Frank Murkowski was trying to get federal dollars from the people in the state to pay for a bridge out to Gravina Island so that they can develop their project.
So, the familiarity can also breed contempt. I will say, the first woman that you heard talking there, like, she was a super hardcore Trumper. And she made faces through the entire group at anybody who said anything nice about Murkowski. So I guess it didn't surprise me that she was out on Murkowski. I mean, just that sentiment was absolutely the minority opinion, where there was kind of one person in both groups that really were mad at her. And then in the rest of the case, they were either sort of meh or positive. But the Democrats were not registering in these groups. I think the final two candidates are likely to be Murkowski and Kelly Tshibaka. And Tshibaka, she worked actually at a bunch of federal agencies before moving back to Alaska. She is from Alaska, but spent a lot of time away. She is endorsed by Trump. But she also, and I think this might not have been as big a deal before, but she supports criminalizing mailing the morning after pill. And that was something people were aware of and were unhappy about. And I just want to say, everybody you're about to hear from are two-time Trump voters. Let's listen.
Stay out of my sex life. That's one. I think the other is when I hear Trump endorsing someone, now it seems like it's almost like you're being endorsed because you found there was a voting discrepancy or the voting was rigged or stolen or something. And I'm like, if that's the only qualification, I don't think I'd want that albatross on my neck.
I like some about her and I dislike some about her. If it's true, if she's totally against birth control, condoms, or anything else being delivered through the mail, Alaska is, with the exception of Anchorage and Fairbanks, the bigger cities, Alaska is a rural state. You get out to the villages, they've got to get everything mailed, shipped, flown in. Like I said, if it's true, because you can only believe so much of the hype that goes on at election time about one candidate, that I don't like about her.
Alaska is a very unique state. You need to be familiar with our issues. I mean, our people. We have a melting pot here in Anchorage. You have every nationality you can think of. And, this is the last frontier. We're special. So you need to be aware of wildlife. I mean, all of that. And if you're not from here, I mean, I'm not going to disrespect her and say I don't take her serious, but I would have more respect if she was from here or have been here, a period of time.
So yeah, the idea that she spent much of her career outside of Alaska, that bothers people. I mean, it's always, I guess, a carpetbagger is a real thing. It's a real dynamic. But in the Pennsylvania Senate race where Fetterman is just crushing Oz over being from New Jersey, in Wyoming, they're not even talking about Liz being on the Jan 6 committee. The campaign that Hageman's running is that she's a carpetbagger who doesn't share Wyoming's values. And here, where it seems like Murkowski is able to at least define Tshibaka a little bit as an outsider whose only qualification is that she's got Trump's endorsement. But the thing that interested me so much was the abortion issue, where it went from being never mentioned to now it comes up, and it comes up organically, especially among women. I think it's not an accident that all of the people who were hardcore endorsers of Murkowski were women. But to me, I think that is a renewed liability for Tshibaka, the idea that she doesn't think people should get the morning after pill. through the mail. Now, it's not true about condoms, but the Plan B thing seems to be breaking through with people and seems like it could really hurt Chewbacca in this new environment.
Yeah, it sounds that way to me. And Alaska's always been a somewhat socially libertarian state, or more that way than you'd think of a typical Republican state being. And so I think it helps Murkowski even more. She's pro-life, but she's for all kinds of exceptions, and probably not even, I don't know that she's signed on to the notion, probably hasn't, that there should be federal legislation. Let each state work it out. That's acceptable to a broad range of voters. I've always thought from the beginning, beforehand, I remember debating this with pro-life friends and acquaintances. I mean, this is going to lance the boil, go back to the States. It's not going to be an issue. It never has been. And I remember saying, I don't know. These things are unpredictable. And my instinct at the time, and I think I was right on this one for a change, I mean, was that this had all kinds of ramifications, because it's not just that you can just say, well, I like the decision or I don't like the decision. It's that, okay, well, what are you for? Are you for a federal law? What kind of federal law? If you're a state official, if you're running for governor, what exceptions are you willing to have? What about things that some parts of the pro-life movement will aggressively move towards, ranging from travel to day after pill and so forth, and banning those, and how strict is the health exception? And then you get these terrible stories about women, with non-viable fetuses and so forth, and being put at risk because the doctors now are nervous that they can't perform the necessary operations. I've always thought this issue had much more potential to disrupt this election than I think a lot of other people did, certainly on the right, who were hoping it wouldn't disrupt what they thought was going to be a big red wave. I was always dubious about the red wave and kept pointing to the generic congressional ballot, which was sort of +2.5, +3 Republican, when Biden was -15, and saying there's some decoupling going on. It's gotten much more radical now, and ballots now even. Biden's picked up a tad, but it seems like the congressional races now, and certainly the governor's races, don't you think, have their own momentum, in which abortion is a real issue. I mean, in states like Michigan, it really is true that it will matter who you vote for governor in terms of what your abortion laws will be, where you have a Republican legislature that says at least that it wants to pass quite strict abortion restrictions. Wisconsin has one on the books. The Democratic governor is against and says he'll veto any attempt to keep it alive and so forth. So, I mean, it's a real issue, especially for governors, but to some degree for federal offices as well. It's a live issue. It's not just a symbolic vote. Are you pro-life or pro-choice? We'll see how much that Murkowski can bring that to bear in Alaska. But I've got to think, if you're in Alaska, you'll know about her position on putting the day after pill in the mail. A lot of Alaskans will know that's Chewbacca's position by November 8th.
You're being a gentleman by not directly saying, Sarah, you were one of the people who had some skepticism about whether or not abortion would really shake up the political dynamic, because I was skeptical. And I think part of the reason, one, is just how big in the groups the economy looms. And so I think that I was like, yeah, but like, will it as an issue like literally change the trajectory away from what was previously, it's been improving somewhat, just like a really intensely bad feelings about the economy. So I was skeptical about that. But I think one of the things I didn't count on, this is why being in the political prognosticating business is so hard, is, I always thought that it could be an issue if Democrats really prosecuted the case of extremism against Republicans. But I didn't know how much Republicans were going to help them on that front.
Right,
I mean, watching Republicans, because it's just sort of so politically stupid. So watching them like literally all talk about like, yes, we want a federal ban, or this example of the morning after pill. It's not even about abortion, right? Now you're telling women that they can't get something in the mail that presumably in Alaska, where they are far flung, as the woman said, you can get it in the mail. And rural healthcare is a big issue and a big deal in places like Alaska. And so I think that you were right. And just listening to the way it comes up now, there was a woman in the first group. I mean, it was like the first thing out of her mouth. And more we're hearing that, where people sort of volunteer it as an issue that is top of mind. And so it may be that the economy is like still the number one issue that people talk about, but the intensity with which people are feeling this issue is pretty serious. And I think that being against, mailing Plan B is going to become a really big liability for Chewbacca.
But in general, I'd also say, look, for now, I think it's effective. It's still a long way till the general election and could subside. People could get reassured. Kevin McCarthy could announce, or McConnell could announce they're not going to bring up a federal legislation. So suddenly your votes for Senate and for member of the House, become less abortion related, presumably, if you really believe that they're not going to do anything in Washington. Some of the gubernatorial candidates could succeed in backing off, or state legislative candidates. So for now, I think it is having a real effect. This is still pretty fresh in people's minds. Debates have just begun on some of these things. They could be subsiding by October. Other issues could emerge. So it could be a bear market rally for the Democrats for now, so to speak, with this issue contributing. But it doesn't mean it necessarily will be quite as front and center in November. If I had to bet, I would say it will be, but it might not be.
Yeah. But again, I would just say the idea, if you're in Alaska, of like limiting anything that you're supposed to get in the mail, that seems like a normal thing that you should be able to get. My guess is that freaks people out, because that is their sort of their line to how they get everything they need.
Well, it fits into the narrative, too, that she doesn't know Alaska, right? If you were a
Right.
real
That's
Alaskan,
right.
you would know that everyone gets everything in the mail outside of Fairbanks and Anchorage, but she's been in Washington so long that she sort of assumes you just go to the CVS on the corner of 14th Street and P or something like that.
Right. So now that I've congratulated you for being correct about something, let's talk about, for dessert, something that you may or may not have been correct about. We'll see how you feel about it. But Sarah Palin, currently running for Congress, 13 years after resigning from the governorship. And, back in 2008, before you and I knew each other, Jane Mayer wrote in the New Yorker about how you were one of Palin's most ardent promoters before she was selected for VP. You also called her your heartthrob. Is that true? I didn't know that. I hadn't seen that.
I don't
until
remember
someone
that,
called it.
but, irony does not always translate, or not irony. It was like semi-serious, a quarter serious, an eighth serious. Who remembers?
Well, before you offer any stories and or apologies, let's listen to how our focus groups are feeling about Sarah Palin now.
I actually know Sarah. She's crazy as a loon. I agree. She's a quitter. She's a terrible candidate, and I really hope she does not get elected on name recognition alone.
I like her as a person. She's friendly. She's fun. For those who haven't personally met her. But yeah, that sticks in everybody's craw that she quit. She doesn't have bad views, but if she doesn't have the want to stick to it, then that's not a good thing. Again, I like her as a person. I've joked with her and helped her do several things.
I know Palin, and I voted for her, but I wouldn't anymore. I think she quit on Alaska, and I'm just not interested.
Too much baggage. Weren't we made the laughingstock of the country on some of the...
Yes. Yes.
Bless her heart. I don't dislike her, but once again, we're looking for somebody on another level.
I was a little surprised. There was only a couple Palin takers in these groups, and they were like the hardcore Trumpers. Were you surprised that your heartthrob wasn't getting much love from this group?
Yeah, not that much. The quitting was just, people do not accept that. It's one thing if you quit for some other, like a huge job, or maybe if you're a member of Congress and you quit to become a Fox News host, which a couple, I guess, did at times. Who cares who your member of Congress is? You vote for some other person from the same party, and he or she votes the same way as the person you vote for. She was governor of Alaska. And she was actually a pretty dramatic choice when she won the governorship. And the reason people like me were open to the idea of her as McCain's VP is that she was a very popular governor in 2008 when McCain made the choice. Partly popular because, ironically, she was kind of populist, but in a sort of good way. She took on the oil companies. She had Democratic support in the state legislature for some of her key legislative bills, I think especially this one taking on energy. And so she was a little bit of a sort of bipartisan, fresh-faced, different populist type. She turned out to be not up to it, period. That was just a matter of hoping that she would turn out to be more substantive and more impressive than she was. But the campaign didn't help her, the general election campaign, obviously, where she didn't do great. Funny, if you go back and look at the debate with Biden in the campaign in the general election, she held her own more or less, actually. I had been for Lieberman first. It wasn't going to be Lieberman. I thought McCain should throw the Longwell and take Palin. He did. Probably a mistake. And I apologize for that, I guess, as far as I played a tiny role. But yeah, the quitting, I think, really damaged her up there. For the rest of the country, it was like, I don't know, if she quit, she's going to do some other stuff. But you elect her as governor. You go through the campaign. There's a certain amount of ridicule you absorb, in a sense, because she's your governor. And now she's being fairly or unfairly, maybe fairly, it turned out, portrayed as sort of not up to national office. And then she just quits on you. I think that stuck. On the other hand, I don't know, you followed it a little more closely than I have. Are we so certain she's not going to win on Tuesday?
No, I'm not certain. I'm not. I am less certain, though, after listening to these groups. I actually assumed, for the reason the gentleman suggested that on name recognition alone, she would just have a big edge. That being said, I had sort of forgotten about the quitting until literally every person talked about it in the groups. You're right to emphasize it. They all called her a quitter. Other people were talking just about how she became like a reality star and like became kind of just like a celebrity. And so she's a nationalized political figure, which they just do not seem super into down there. I think sounded like they found her embarrassing. And
the quitting I remember at the time, like I still was vaguely loyal, certainly loyal to McCain, vaguely loyal to the McCain-Palin ticket, and therefore vaguely loyal to Palin in, I think it was maybe summer, June or so of 2009 when she quit. And I remember, like, as I say, trying to defend it for like a day and then realizing you can't defend this. I mean, if she doesn't want to serve a second term, fine. Just announce you're not going to run for re-election in 2010. You think you've done a good job, but you have other opportunities and, whatever, a lot of good successors. To quit 2.5 years into your term when you're in perfectly good health and there's no reason to. I mean, I almost can't literally think of another case of this in American politics, So unless you're going to be to the cabinet or something, or is there some real reason you have to? You're right. I was struck listening to the focus group how much that stuck in people's craw, which was a slap in the face to the state, I think, as well as a reflection on her character, according to those voters.
Yeah. Just while we're talking about Sarah Palin, because I get such vivid memories. You talk about her debate with Biden and her holding her own. I actually have burned into my brain the first speech she gave, because I remember being very interested in her. She'd been like a basketball player. There's lots of hometown stories that people were telling about her where she sounded pretty interesting. And I had never heard of her. And I remember the big stage. And I remember her walking across it. And I have this thing where I have total stress for any woman walking across a very buffed floor in heels. I am tense for them, and I'm just want them to be okay walking. So I remember she had this long walk to the lectern. She's going to give a speech by herself, kind of introduce herself to the country, and it's where she did the hockey mom thing, and was just getting just wild cheers from the crowd. And I remember liking her a great deal based on that one speech, just thinking wow, this is cool. And also just having a woman, it was just, I hadn't seen it. It hadn't been there for my lifetime. It was exciting. I think that the original theory of the case, and I guess I wonder, and maybe you could tell me, the person that we see now, she sort of strikes me like maybe she wasn't always like this. And that at the time when she was governor and still sort of striving to be a good, responsible person, was she always the loon that they're talking about? Is she always the crazy person we see today? Or did the celebrity and the shock of the national spotlight change her? Or do you think she was like this?
I mean, some of both, I guess. I had just two things. I was in the convention and in the room when she spoke. Matt Scully, who was her main speechwriter for that speech, is someone who had worked for me many years before with Dan Quayle. And so I had a drink with him late the night before, and he said, it'll be a good speech. She'll come through. And Obama just had his convention in Denver, huge drama, and sort of display and the Corinthian columns and all that stuff. And we were desperate for McCain to have some shot in the arm. And it was terrific. I mean, at the moment, it was terrific. I'm perfectly willing to acknowledge that A, she wasn't up to it ultimately, and B, even later in the campaign, or even a week or two later, it started to go south. But that moment was pretty memorable, and certainly to be in the hall and the excitement that McCain had trouble generating, during the primaries and after the primaries before the convention was there. My impression, I'd met her only twice before she was nominated, once on a cruise, a weekly standard cruise to Alaska, where she heard we were coming, and shrewdly, I would say as a politician, invited a few of us over to lunch in the governor's residence, where she was very charming. One or two of the little kids were running around, and it was a very casual talk. Unlike a lot of politicians, she didn't try to give us a stump speech about what she was trying to do in terms of policy. Maybe that, in a way, is a weakness, you could say, in retrospect, but a lot of family talk and what's it like up here, and what does she recommend we do for the day or two we were still had in Alaska, and that sort of thing. And I remember thinking, she's obviously young and relatively inexperienced, but I think of her as VP at this point. This was the summer of 2007, but this is a real possible star potentially on the national stage. Alaska's so far away; it's hard to get from there to the national stage. But I thought, well, if anyone could, this unusual woman, seemed like in a good way populist. And I will say, Governor could become a star. I think the weaknesses were probably there if I had spent more time and if I wanted to look harder and be more skeptical and have my usual jaundiced eye, but I probably was a little bit of wishful thinking there on my part.
Yeah. I remember I can't remember where I was, but I was at some conservative dinner. And it just so happened that I was sitting at the table with her husband, Todd, who I believe is now her ex-husband. And so at some point, Sarah Palin came over and said hi. And she and I stood up and took a picture together. And it ended up on the front page of the Washington Post. Oh. You know who else is in it? Is Tim. It's me and Tim Miller. And like one other person. And we're all in this, our arms around Sarah Palin. And it's just funny to think of now. I see
that picture. How is that not prominently
I don't know.
on your
I've
office
got it
wall
somewhere.
Behind you when you're on national television and, being interviewed and when you're chatting with Chris Hayes or Nicole Wallace or something? I don't know. That's I look forward to seeing that. You and Tim both. Wow. Best-selling author Tim Miller.
That's right.
Fantastic.
Well, I appreciate you indulging the little Sarah Palin talk. Bill Kristol, thank you for joining me on the Focus Group podcast. And thanks to all of you for listening here another week. We got some really good episodes coming up as we roll through these primaries, and soon we're going to get to the general election. So we will be back next week and do this all over again. Bye-bye.